Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this mid-season special event here with a very unusual one. I can see we've got the wrong camera there, so let me sort that out. There's too many Toms, and we'll bring Tom in. There's Tom for this mid-season special event here with a very unusual car that we don't often see on iRacing, the Cadillac CTS car around Oulton Park for this 4-hour special event. So we've currently got 8 teams on the grid, 4 drivers per car. Each driver is to do an hour length stint, so it's going to be interesting because this Cadillac certainly sounds the part, but is not very good at turning corners, so we should see a lot of spills and frills here today. But my name is Andy Thompson. I'm joined as always with Tom Bingham alongside me. Tom, it's going to be an interesting race we've got tonight for the viewers. It's going to be interesting, and we should get quite a few of the drivers in for a chat. But what are you expecting for tonight?
Crashes, lots and lots of crashes. The guys have mostly been going on about how bad the Cadillac CTS-V actually handles. Like you said, plenty of power. It's got that big old lump up front, but as far as putting it down on the rear wheels and actually making it handle and grip around these corners, it's not what the guys want. They're used to these nice GT3s that have that slick handling. It's predictable, and the Cadillac's really thrown a spanner in the works for them tonight.
Yeah, it definitely is. But the format is the drivers are currently in qualifying, halfway through qualifying. The driver that qualifies doesn't have to start the race, so I'd imagine they've got all their fast drivers. You can see near Iracing, Genstrom, Bakken, Sorensen, Haig, and Scaret. So six cars currently have set a time. Fastest time by Neil Isaacs at 1:25.399. And yeah, it's going to be tricky. And during the race, we'll go on board. The car sounds absolutely amazing, but it handles like a sick pig, I think.
Or a bag of nails.
It pretty is, but a big thank you for our main sponsor for this one, Olympus Esports, who have very kindly donated all the prize money for today's races, for today's race, should I say. So big thanks to them. They chose the track and they chose the car, so don't blame us for the track combination. But it's going to be interesting. It's something for a little bit of a flavour for the drivers to be able to actually understand the differences in the cars. Like you were saying, the GT3 cars that they normally drive handle quite well. These things, handle like a wet lettuce around corners. Good on a straight, but not very good anyway. But and another good thing is, we've only got 8 cars, but they got some fantastic liveries that Tom, I believe you had a hand in making.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, a couple of the guys wanted something additional added, so I've done some comedy liveries for people. So as you can see on screen, we had the Win It and Bin It car. Now we've moved over to Caddy Power. That's one of their own flavors. As you can see, it's not quite as good as my paints, but that's fine. But yeah, no, there's some definitely interesting liveries on track, and as it only sees that we have 8 vehicles right now on track, that doesn't mean that we don't have 4 people per team waiting in the wings to do their stints. So plenty of people coming in, plenty of different driving, and as we see the Coke car there going off. Maybe he thought he was supposed to do the chicane when we've done the no chicane layout today. So we didn't want to make the drivers suffer any more than they had to. So no chicanes today at Oulton Park, and hopefully that keeps the racing a bit more clean and a bit more passing on the straights.
Yeah, it will do. It's going to be a battle of attrition to themselves, really. Yeah, there's only 8 cars on track, so probably the first couple of laps will be quite tasty with cars quite close. But then we've got the 4 drivers in the session, and that was made that the teams haven't chose their own team. It was done on one of the previous pit stops we did. Literally, each team has got a pro-am, an amateur, and a rookie driver in there. So you could see cars sprinting away at the start, but then getting pulled back towards the end. So we've left it up to the drivers or the teams to understand who goes first and who goes second, and to give a little bit more strategy. And also the guys have got their own Discord channels, so they'll be chatting to each other, probably for the first time, normally competitors, but today they're actually trying to work together to bring home the cars after 4 hours.
Yeah, that's one nice thing. What we've done is we've taken all the drivers from our GT3 Season 2 Championship. And as you were saying, Andy, on one of our previous pit stop live streams, we had a sort of like a Wheel of Fortune going around there with different drivers to be selected. So we've got a massive mix-up now. We've got some guys that normally are competitors that now have to be best friends and put the laps in together.
They certainly do. It's just to add that little bit of camaraderie halfway through the season, a little bit of fun for the drivers. Although there is some prize money, it's the main aim is for the drivers to get to know each other a little bit more, a little bit of fun before we kick off to the second half. Going into the final round in the GT3 Season 2 championship that we've got going on. So at the moment, Neil Iracing will be leading out the pack on a 125.256. 1/10 of a second behind is Patrick Thompson in second. Thomas Wangan in third. Normally see him at the front of the grid, but today not having it all his own way in the car of the Cadillac. Arias Romantis in fourth. Lance Orison fifth. Gordon Hagen sixth. Matt Gudrun Backen in 7th and Alexander Scarrett in 8th. So that's Caddy Power, Win It or Bin It, The Pit Stop, Spin City, Wall Bangers, Can't Cope, Betty Swallocks, and Last Minute.
All quality, solid team names. Yeah. So professional. You definitely hear them at the 24 Hours Le Mans, for example, or So. But yeah, the only one that sounds legitimate is the pit stop car that we can see at the moment. So, fantastic livery on that car as well, Andy. I must say so myself.
Yeah, I don't know who did that one, mate. But as if by magic, he must have heard us, and he goes to the top of the pile there, 125.24. So, leading out the way. He must have heard us on the chat, on the stream, and said, you know what, I'll put it in first place for you guys. So, 120. But we also do have live stewarding done by myself and Tom. So, we can give the drivers penalties as they go around. And we actually got a safety car on track as well. So, it's going to be interesting to get the safety car out a few times. So any mass pileups or a car across the track that goes back to the pits, we will deploy the safety car that Tom will be driving in the GT4 Vantage. So there we have. That's the end of qualifying, and let's see if we can get the grid up for the first ever mid-season race going on. Looks like we got a couple of drivers still out there. Where is
probably just finishing off their laps?
Quite possibly. So let's get these cars gridded up and getting underway. So standing start, so the drivers have got that to contend with. So it's going to be interesting on how they're going to do the standing start. So let's have a look.
I'm just looking forward to driving the safety car.
I'm pretty sure you are, aren't you? It's always just lag, isn't it, between you get to the end of the session and trying to get out.
There's always a delay. Nothing's ever perfect.
No, of course there's not. But it's going to be good getting that safety car out. Certainly if the cars are miles ahead. The back markers that are laps down can actually go past the drivers as well. So that's going to be an interesting one to see. And that could play into the tactics later on. We've given the option for the drivers to be able to pit under the safety car conditions. So they're going to have to adjust the strategy on the fly where if and when the safety car comes out.
Question is, are we going to deploy random safety cars, or are we going to keep the safety car safe?
I don't know. We'll have to see, won't we, I suppose. But there we go. So Thomas Wangan there for Team Pit Stop out in front. Neil Eric Isaacson in the car for Caddy Power Racing. Patrick Thompson in it for Win It and Bin It. Iracing in Spin City. Lance Sorensen in the Wallbangers. Gordon Haig in the Can't Cope. So we've got an AM driver there. Matt Gentram from Betty Swallock's racing team. He chose that name to try and catch us out, but we're trying our best to not to succumb to Daniel's name there in 7th. So there's the Pro-Am driver. Alexander Square team last minute there at the back of the grid, and he is a Pro-Am. So drivers already, and Tom there, you're at the back, mate, with your safety car. There we go. How's that?
Yeah, should I follow him round or?
What, and then go into the pits just afterwards?
Yeah, I could do.
You can do, mate. You can do. You can do what you want.
Why not? I'll be live on camera while I drive around, shall I?
Go on then. I'll let you solely be on camera there. There we go.
There we go. I've gridded up.
Well, you can't actually, because it's a static start, so it's off the line, so you can't, mate. So unfortunately, you haven't got that luxury there.
Well, I can still start.
Let's
I wonder if I get a better start than them.
Wow.
I won't try.
I would imagine you will be, mate. So there's Thomas Wang, and as the lights go green. Did they go green? I didn't even see them go green. And
they did. Very quick.
Yeah, pit stop there was actually sort of slacking a bit, and Niels Eric Seiden from Caddy Power has managed to shoot off, and Thomas Wangan's there is probably thinking, what just happened? I have no idea, as Nicholas Gronstrom was taking over the pit stop. This very weird start there for Team Pit Stop. Normally get a thing, but you can see them there all just making their way on the opening lap. Really cold tyres, and a great start at the start of the race for Neil Eric Isaacson from Team Caddy Power. Out in front with an early start, Arias Romantis from Spin City up 2 places. Gordon Haig, the AM driver, up 3 places for Can't Cope. And Nicholas Gronstrom in the pit stop. I think he was having a pit stop at the start of that race.
Yeah, it looked like it. There's some very big movers so far. That's definitely for sure. I can see right now at the moment the safety car's not going to be needed. Everyone's managed to keep it nice and clean. So I'll bring it back into the pits, and we'll deploy it when needed.
100%. But let's have a look as we get the overall. So Neil Eric Isaacson currently leads out the way for Caddy Power there. Round to complete the first lap. So we have a 1:30 into a 4-hour session here this evening. As you can see, all the cars are relatively close together. But man, Gordon Haig, he's had a lightning start, up 3 places, our biggest mover on the field, the AM driver. I mean, if you can keep this up and keep quite close to the pro drivers, that's going to be super interesting when it comes to handing over to the supposedly faster drivers out on the track.
Yeah, Gordon Higgs had an absolutely fantastic start here. I mean, how he's pulling away from the other competitors is incredible. But also for Niels Eric Isaacson, what a start. I mean, it's crazy to see the lights go out so quickly on the beginning of a session like that. I think that's the quickest I've ever seen them go out. Are you still with us, Andy?
Yes, mate. Yeah, I was just looking there. Arias Romantis has managed to get past Neil Eric Isaacson there in Team Caddy Power. So Arias on a bit of a charge early on in this race, making light work, it looks like, of Neil Eric Isaacson to get that number 1 position. The cars are still relatively close together. You can see there's a gap starting to form from 4th. Then you got 5th, 6th, and 7th, all quite close again. And then probably in Team Wallbangers, Torben Mele at the moment, he is the rookie driver for Wallbangers. So I would expect him to be a little bit off the pace. He just needs to maintain his pace. He's only 3.2 seconds behind the very slow starting Nicholas Gronstrom from Team Pit Stop in front. But I'm not sure what happened to Nicholas there at the start of the race. He clearly got caught out by the lights.
Yeah, it's as I was saying before. I mean, the sheer fact that the lights went out so quickly, it's not something that you normally would see on a race. You normally get a little pause there, but it's thrown another spanner in the works already. The lights going out almost immediately.
Yeah, they went out super quick. I even missed the lights going out at the start of that race, and certainly one driver that didn't was Gordon Haig, who managed to get it. I mean, let's have a go on board and just listen to the sound of these burbling V8s. I mean, it just sounds such an amazing car, though.
Now, why can't all the GT3s sound this good?
Oh, it just sounds awesome. Just can't turn. Just so much understeer into the caddy, and it's really. But Nicholas Grandstrom currently in P7th. He is the rookie driver in the team, so he would naturally be this. As always, you see a little bit of a movement there. I think that was from Sandy. He's coming into the pits. This is extremely early. Coming into the pits.
Strange.
What does he come into the pits for? Has he had an accident?
I'm not sure unless we've missed it, but I don't believe so.
I'm not 100% sure. Was
he on quali fuel, perhaps?
No, there is no quali fuel, is there? It's the fixed setup, so not quite sure what happened there with Sander. He's currently in the pits. Yeah, very strange.
Yeah, it's really weird for them to be coming in this early. So we just had Savage on the YouTube said that they can't quite hear the iRacing volume, Andy.
All right,
so
okay.
We can adjust that. We'll get that done in the background. So as we're not sure, Filthy Animal. Yeah, they shouldn't have a quali setup as it's as it's fixed. So bit of a weird one, and he's still sitting in the pits, which is very strange. Now it now says he's out, so not entirely sure what's happened there. Maybe a hardware error or a driver change early, or I'm really not sure. So a bit of confusion and action already happening. So as we're jumping on board right now with Gordon Haig, currently sitting in P3 for the Can't Cope team. We did find that Gordon was setting some fantastic lap times in practice, almost as fast as the pro driver of Thomas Cope. But he's the caddy's not an easy car. It's some entertainment. I know a lot of these guys have put in a abnormally large amount of practice trying to actually. They said the sound's better now. Perfect.
There we go.
Yeah, I know he's put in an abnormally large amount of practice trying to get his times down. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can stay up with the front runners. But yeah, sitting P3 at the moment and currently 2 seconds off the leader of Iracing.
Yeah, doing a great job. And I suppose being the car, the classification goes out the window, to be honest. It's a car that nobody ever really drives. So, having a pro status or an AM or a rookie, if you put the practice in to get a little bit quicker on it, then you're going to naturally be well above, probably hitting above your class anyway. But at the moment, Gordon Haig doing an excellent job for Can't Cope, currently running in P3, is one of the, on paper, slower drivers within the team. So it's going to be interesting when we see the drivers coming in. So let's just have a little rundown of the drivers in the team. So Can't Cope, we got Thomas Cope, Casper Tungstad, Gordon Haig, and Grant Yingling is in Team Can't Cope. In Team Spin City, who's currently leading the way, we have Iracing, Lee King McGee, very quick pro driver, Steve Pierce and Sam Curran in the Spin City team. In the Caddy Power team, we have, let's have a look we have Neil Eric Isaacson, John O'Cook, Kim Andre Borkland and Jonathan Wiener in that team in the Caddy Power. Betty Swallocks, we have Daniel Sedgley, Matt Gensrenbacken, Leah Anderson and Alan Sandergaard in that team number 3. In last minute, we have, let's have a look where they are. We've got Ketio Larson, Alexander Scarrett, Patrick Wild and Paul Joseph Clist. And I think that was it. Wallbangers, haven't we? We haven't said through the Wallbangers. And they are Lad Sorensen, Russ Fowler, Tom Savage, and Torben Mele is in Team Wallbangers. So, like I said, all the teams were not chosen by the drivers. They were chosen by pure random. And it was it worked out like some quite good teams. I don't think one team massively got ahead of the rest. Everyone's probably talking about Thomas being in Thomas's team, being that he's sort of the number one driver at the moment in the GT3. But, you know, I think the teams have got a really good balance across them.
Atlas just come on and said, yes, we got a stop and wait penalty.
Oh.
It's very, very strange. Was that jumping the start, possibly?
Quite possibly, actually. Yeah, it might have been a jump start. 'Cause that's the only reason why you would get a stop and wait penalty, I would imagine.
Yeah, Simeon Moldikov's also said in chat at the moment he thinks there's a jump start for Sanders' team. Okay, that explains it then. So that lets us know why they've had to come into the pits so early and put that put that win it car to sleep for a little bit. So really unfortunate for them. But hey, it's a long old race, really long old race. We'll have to see how the guys get on.
Yeah, currently only 9 minutes into a 4-hour race here. Sanders got a little bit of work to make up. 45 seconds we can see in there behind Hubble Melee in 8th place as we watch it. But, I mean, that's a great livery, Tom. You've excelled yourself there for that livery, mate.
Thanks, I appreciate that. They said minute to bin it, so you've got to have bins on there. That's something. And if you do notice on the rear quarter panel, there's actually a guy pushing another guy along in a wheelie bin.
There we go.
You can't ask for more speed than that. And obviously the wheelie bin chomping away at the air duct on the front. I mean, it's a strong contender. That's all I'll say. It's got potential.
It definitely is, and it's going to be interesting the lap times as well. I mean, we saw a lot of guys in the practice were doing sort of like, the fast ones were doing high 125s, but the majority were around about the 126, 127 lap time. I think the fastest lap time at the moment is a 125.87 from Neil Eric Isaacson in Team Caddy Power, and in second place, not that far behind him, is Aris. In fact, Aris Diamantis is a 126.53 is there, but Gordon Haig's fastest lap a 125.99, so not that far off. There's quite close. Alexander Scaret 125.91, and then the rest of the teams around the 126 to 127 up to the 128s. But you would expect that for probably the slow driver. But at the moment, Gordon Haig is driving out of his skin. 125.99 fastest lap for an AM driver.
Yeah, the man's on fire. I mean, for some reason he should have chosen the Cadillac, I think, for the GT3 Season 2 series, because it seems to be gelling with him really well. Unless as the commentator's curse kicks in.
Oh, he saved it!
A massive drift on. Absolutely huge drift on. He saves it. Oh, my good God.
What a save!
Can't cope is seriously coming through as the strong team name there, because that was ridiculous. What a drift!
Oh my word! Let's have a look at that back. I mean, let's go on board and see what he saw. I mean, coming down here into Knickerbrook. Let's have a look. Whoa!
Oh! And he saved it. Down with the brake. Oh my God! Wow. I wouldn't call it a move, but it was just a desperate save, wasn't it? I mean, it's really showing that the driver himself is pushing his limits and putting in those laps. So as he's pulling in now to the pits, I'm not sure what that will be for, but maybe a fresh pair of underwear.
Yeah, well, you see the car damage, probably got a little bit of damage. The damage has been fixed now. Doesn't look like he's going up on the jacks. Probably fueling up again to things. So the drivers do have obviously a fixed setup here, and one tank of fuel does round about 40 minutes, something like that. So what Gordon might be doing here is actually saying, right, okay, I'm coming in for my pits the other side, rather than going out for 40 minutes and then in the splash and dash. I'll come in early, get that, and then I can stay out now to the end of my stint. So that may be there. It gives him free, clear track now. You can sort of see he's come back out in 7th place, 14 seconds behind Torben in 6th place. So it might be a strategy that they're using in Team Cope to get that shorter stint out the way first, and then basically go out afterwards with a clean track, and then make the positions up. But he was in a strong position there, Tom. I'm surprised he didn't revert the tactics and go deep.
Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted. I'm actually flabbergasted by by that move there and that fantastic save. So absolute fair play to him. So I have noticed that we do have Charles Boswell is in the waiting area, Andy. He is the leader of the Olympus Esports team, and just wonder if we could bring him in for a chat to say a quick hello.
We certainly can, mate. Let's get him up here. Let's get Charles. Hi, Charles. Welcome to the broadcast, mate, and thank you very much for being our title sponsor in this very unusual race. How come you came up with the caddy around Oulton Park? I can see you're on mute there, Charles. I don't know if you're on mute or you're not with us. I'm sure we'll be able to get back when he comes in, realise he's actually in the booth with us. So we'll let him get back from wherever he is. He has gone to. But Matt Gendron's back in at the moment in third place for Betty Swallows. Doing quite good. It's about 6 seconds now behind Neil Eric Isaacson in second place. Gaps are starting to form a little bit more now. Obviously, it's Gordon Haig at the moment. He's the one that's pitted into the pit stop, so he's already done his pit, hopefully, and they've worked out their fuel to a T to be able to go all the way to the end of his stint now to be able to hand over to the other driver. But yeah, it's interesting tactic that the Betty Swallows team has, not Betty Swallows, it was Gordon Haig's team with Can't Cope pitting in slightly early. Maybe it was because he did have some damage on that car, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? I mean, we haven't got that many drivers on track, but having some severe action already. I got Andy. I just want to check. Is that a set of head testicles on the back of the Betty Swallows car there? It does look like it is. There is a set of Betty Swallows on the rear bumper of their car. So that's interesting. One to keep an eye on.
I don't know if you can have a look at the message Charles has just set in the Discord there, Tom. Looks like the channel, he can't take it off. It's being suppressed. I don't know why we would suppress Charles, but I'm sure you'll be able to have a look at that.
I shall certainly fix it.
I'm sure you will do. As up 4 places is Matt Gentron back in, and further back in 4th place trying to chase him down is Alexander Scuret in last minute team there. Obviously the last minute, the paint's not even on the car, but never mind. It was a police car. There we go. See if the team captain, when he comes in, can put it on in trading paints to show their wonderful over the livery on that car. But Alexander Scuret currently in 4th place, doing 1:27. So it seems to be the lap time is around about 1:27s out on track at the moment. Looking further back, we've got Torben in 6th place. I think the main thing here is it's a 4-hour race, Tom. These cars are very unpredictable. The driver's not really used to them. So I suppose if you just keep it on track, and people ahead of you might be pushing a little bit too much, and as long as you can get around it and keep the rubber on the tarmac, then you're probably doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean the Cadillac, it's a nightmare to drive. We all know that, but keeping it on track is it's crucial, isn't it? Any endurance event, it's absolutely crucial just to keep it on the sticky stuff. So one thing we haven't really talked about is tire degradation. So I'm not too sure what's going to happen with that, as I personally haven't done many laps in the Caddy, and with the track temperature and the track conditions today, it's going to I believe the tires are going to burn off fast, and we'll end up seeing more incidents than you'd expect.
Oh, I would imagine so, because they're big lump sum cars, aren't they? Oulton Park is normally for the hot hatches around this track, so having this size of car around this sort of track, I'm pretty sure that the tyres will probably get shredded a lot quicker than probably what these cars are used to of, say, Daytona or something like that, the big long straights, and being able to stretch that V8-powered engine to its limit. So it's going to be interesting to see. But like you said, a lot of the drivers have done a lot of practice on these tracks. I've just seen the flurry of activity during the last 2 weeks after we announced the teams getting in, looking at, their lap timings, where they could gain some time. It's really good insight into how some of the teams actually come across in not just this race, but in any other race, to just find them extra couple attempts. And it's at the moment really paying off for Gordon Haig. You can see there 126.7, certainly keeping up pace with the pro drivers. He is currently down there in P7th. As we said, he's already done his pit. The car can go to around about 45 minutes on a full tank. Came in after 11 minutes, so probably came in, do a little splash dash after his hot stopping movement. Hot stopping moment down going through Knickerbrook. It's getting the damage repaired and just filling the car up. So it'll be interesting to see at the end of the hour stint from Gordon where he finishes up, because I think he's going to be quite up there with the rest of the pros.
Yeah, it's crazy, really. It's a shame that they had that bit of an incident there where they had to pull back into the pits. But the sheer fact that he's got the pace to be matching up there with the front runners is, it's fantastic. It's amazing to see what the practice has really put in from there. Oh, as you can see, the back end just even there going over that crest, sliding the car around. He's really putting his foot down and trying to make up for that mistake earlier. So one thing I have noticed is it does look like we have Charles now in the chat here. So welcome, Charles. How are we?
Hey guys. Thanks for having me. And it's nice to see all these caddies out on the track. This is awesome.
Yeah, we love to see the caddies out there as well. Nice bit of American muscle to go out there today, and it's nice to listen to at least. It's not nice to drive, but it is nice to listen to. So
yeah,
but yeah, Andy had mentioned we just want to thank you very much for being the title sponsor for this round. So big shout out to Olympus, and as Andy asked earlier, what made you guys decide on the caddy?
Well, first thing, we really enjoy coming in and the guys coming in and driving in the league. Obviously, we've got a little bit of history with you guys, so we've done some racing together, and yeah, it's a great fit. So the reason we picked, I chose this particular car track combination is, we put out a little purse to give some guys some incentive to come out and race, but we didn't want them to have to put any money in it. So you get a free car that is technically a GT car from 2002 or something like that. And a free track, Oulton Park, which was not on your schedule. I think you guys were in the middle of your European swing of your world tour. So yeah, it just was a good fit. And like I said, there's no sense in picking one of the current GT cars and having, some people have to buy it and some people not. So we just said, okay, we'll do a free car, free track, and we'll just go out and have some fun with it.
That's awesome. That's really sound logic. At least it means that you guys only had to fly the Cadillacs over, and everyone just showed up at Oulton Park for today's race. So, but yeah, no, it's it's great to have you guys on board. And I just wanted to ask, do you want to let people watching know a little bit about Olympus and what your team's all about?
Oh yeah, sure. So I guess a brief history of Olympus Esports. We started. It started with a group that we all kind of met each other doing a racing league. How normally things work. So we were doing the Racing Edge series, which Dan Moore had put on for a couple of seasons. And so a lot of our guys, and this is going to shock you, this was just really a couple of years ago. And Thomas Coate was the guy that kind of started Oblivion Racing as a 1600 I-rating driver. And so now, it just is amazing what he's done. So we got together. Yeah, I guess this was about 4 years ago. So 1600 I rating, and there were several of the core group of Oblivion that were in that league. So we all kind of found each other. And so the impetus for Olympus Esports started a couple of years ago. Oblivion put a 4-person team up for the major series for Le Mans. And we finished P5 in the LMP1 in the top split. And the way the major series works is it's based on your qualifying time. So it doesn't matter what your I rating is. We had 2 guys at the time were under 2K. Qualifying time is what sets the field. So we actually ended up in the top 10 of LMP1, which put us in top split. We ended up finishing 5th. And so Tom Bidloss and I kind of talked about this and said, you might can make an esports team out of this. So that's what we did. So we started, like I said, we're coming up on our second anniversary for the Le Mans race, so 1st of June. And so we're going to put a couple of teams in there again, see what we can come up with. We had a pretty decent run last year in Split 2. Ended up eventually wrecking out of the race. But so that's really how it all started.
Okay, that's interesting. That's some of the stuff I didn't even know there. So, yeah, no, it's for people that aren't familiar with the Majors series, it's kind of like the big boy league, isn't it? You know, it's one of the top championships out there that everybody wants to be in and win. And it's one that's been around for a fair while, and they have interesting prizes, and you know, it is definitely a bigger boy series. So to come fifth in top split, you know, that's the equivalent of coming first in basically most iRacing lobbies, I would think. So, you know, that's incredible that you guys are able to manage that. So I do know that Thomas Cope obviously has been a big driver for you guys, but I didn't know he ever had a 1600 I rating. I thought he came out of the womb with a 5K. was my guess. So
it definitely seems like it sometimes, but no, I mean he was. I will say this: he was a 1600 I rating driver, but you know, in that particular league, he finished second. So as an AM, which I think the cutoff was like 1850. So you know, you could already see that he had talent. And so so now we've just kind of built off that. We've added our a couple of guys that you guys are familiar with, Scott Mokes. Patrick Thompson came in after your Performance League season last season, and we're happy to have him. Dan Sedgley, we've known for a while. He was with Ground Zero Racing. So him and Sophia and David Vanderwalls came in about the same time. And then, of course, our biggest streamer on the team and a former professional driver, Lubov Ozaretskovskaya, you know, from Kazakhstan, is just a tremendous driver. You know, she's a 4.5K rated driver or whatever, but she just extremely smart on track. And so we've grown really rapidly over the last year. And so we're looking to do some big things in the coming year.
Oh, that's awesome. That's really awesome. It's you know, it's nice to know that there are teams out there that are dedicating and putting the hard work and the time in. I know another driver of yours that was sort of new to you was Paul Joseph Clist, is one of our rookie drivers that's been in season 1 and season 2. And you know, super nice guy. And his ability, even from season 1 now to our season 2, he's just grown in strength and driving ability, and a lot of that is down to the support he's received from the Olympus Esports guys that you know, that he tells us each week when he comes on for a chat. So you know, what you guys are doing to build drivers and grow the community and everything, it all seems really awesome.
Yeah, I mean it is, and I hate to exclude people because you're right. Paul is a great guy, and he is what I've called him, a wheelman. He just says, give him a car and let him drive, and he'll work it out. But he has worked a lot with Thomas to improve his ability. But yeah, he drives everything. He just finished up the Apex Prototype League. He's in the middle of Porsche Cup. He's doing Clio Cup. Just, it doesn't matter. Just give him a car and let him go. And he's really nice to be around. And I don't think we've got any bad people in our team. So that's the biggest thing. And I've always said, you know, when we talk about the team, I want us to be the best non-affiliated, you know, as in with a pro driver or a pro team or something like that. I want us to be the biggest non-affiliated team out there. That's our goal. You know, so that's you know, that's not an easy process, and it's not a short process. So we're gonna just build, and we're just gonna keep growing, and we're gonna keep getting better, and eventually it's all gonna pay off for us.
Charles, you mentioned obviously everybody else bar yourself, mate. What about yourself? What's your iRacing accolades like, or are you very much see yourself as a team manager?
You know, well, here's the thing. I'm 53, so the hand-eye coordination is not getting better at this point. So I still enjoy racing. I actually was a reserve driver. We did VSCA League yesterday, driving the GT3 at Laguna Seca. So I'm a GT3 guy. I've always enjoyed driving the car. I have tracks that I'm better than others. Laguna Seca is not one of the tracks I'm good at. But we stuck it out. We survived the race. We had a decent result. And so, no, I'm very comfortable being in the team manager's role. I think that I've got a lot of experience that I can bring as just far as not necessarily racing management, but just management in general, handling people, getting schedules sorted, making sure that everybody's got everything they need. And so that's kind of where my strong suit is. So that's what I'm going to lean into.
One of the unsung heroes, as we keep saying, the man behind the driver, or the team behind the driver. There's, the driving is one thing. But it's to having that team support behind it is the next level that you go up, because obviously you can let them know where they're going, calm them down if they're getting a little bit frustrated. And from a driver's point of view, that's that's super helpful, and that's probably why you're doing so well, is having the good backroom staff to keep the drivers' feet firmly planted on the ground, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's it. I tell Thomas all the time that I'm just here to be his ego check. I just don't want him getting the big head and thinking he's the best guy out there. Now, obviously, he's a great driver, but then obviously, he just finished up the Carrera Cup season. And didn't have as good a season as he thought he could have. But obviously you're going against, 10K drivers. I mean, Sebastian Job is just otherworldly as far as his driving ability. And I said, TC, what you see out there is what I see in you all the time. Is you look at those guys and you say, how does he make the car do that? And that's always what I see when I'm watching you drive. I say, how does he make the car do that? So you'll get there. It just takes time, and it's a process. Building a team is a process. Building yourself up as a driver is a process. And so as long as we stick together, I think we'll all grow together. And as the old saying goes, a rising tide lifts all boats. And so that's kind of the way we try and do things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it definitely is. And, I suppose giving back to the league that you seem to be poaching a lot of drivers for, it's good that you're giving back, mate. It's good that we're a feeder for you.
I mean, hey, it's just, we're home, and the guys come in. It's like, hey, I like what's going on. And, we've picked up a couple of drivers that way. So Scott came in, I think, that way. Patrick came in. Paul obviously came in that way. So yeah, if we can get 2 or 3 more 5K drivers, we might have a decent shot at something around here.
100%. But thanks a lot for joining us, and feel free to pop in whenever you want. Just give us your thoughts on there. But I think you've been very cruel to the drivers with the Cadillacs. They seem to be coping extremely well at the moment. I was expecting spills and thrills from the harbour, but 31 minutes into this, and they've sure mastered, haven't they?
I mean, I'm watching the race on YouTube, and it's like, hey, these guys, that Gordon with that save coming through that corner, when I was trying to get everything sorted out, was amazing. So these guys, obviously it goes to show that these drivers put a lot of work into mastering their craft, because they're out there and they're running really good lap times, and they're not making mistakes. There's no drama on track. And they're just clicking the laps off, and I think it's going to be a great race. I think it'll be tighter than people will imagine at the end of it. I think that's what's going to end up happening. You might see a 3-car battle at the end of this race for a race win.
I think so. I think it's you never know. We might get the addition to the safety car that'll bring all the cars back together. So we've always got that in our back pocket if we decide that someone's going out. So definitely,
you might see some debris on track. You need to get that cleaned up.
Exactly.
So might have to pull that full course yellow and tighten the field back up and make it a nice little dash at the end. Yeah, I kind of like that logic.
There's a lot of wild squirrels at Oulton Park, I heard. So if there's a squirrel on track, we will have to throw the full course yellow for a squirrel.
Obviously, because we enjoy having animals, so we don't want to injure any animals at all. So yes, it's absolutely necessary for that.
And that's their gray squirrels. Kill all gray squirrels. Anyway, yeah, that's fantastic. But yeah, thanks so much for popping in, Charles. We really appreciate it, and just really grateful for you throwing together some Spondules Wonga cash for the guys to win today.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's just I mean, what's the use of having a race if you're not racing for something, right? So let's throw a couple of quid in the pot, and we'll see what happens.
Gotta love that, an American saying quid. Gotta love that.
That's extreme.
I mean, here's the thing: is there are me and Grant Yingling, who came in as a super sub. Obviously, is a really good guy and a good driver. I think we're basically the only Americans on the team. Most of the rest of the team is UK based. Now, of course, we're growing. We've got some. Obviously, we talk about Lubov being from Kazakhstan, and then we've got some drivers all over Europe. I mean, Portugal, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Netherlands, everywhere. And so, yeah, I spend too much time with the Brits. I'm just gonna say it like that. So I pick up a lot of the terms, and it just sometimes I've even used Celsius occasionally, in meters. So I'm turning into a true Brit. So yeah, but yeah, it's you try and keep it so everybody understands everybody else, and that seems like that's the biggest barrier when you're talking about racing. Is okay, yeah, it's 94. The track temp's 94. What is 94? 94. Well, for me and Grant, 94 is okay. Track's warm, but it's not horrible. For Europeans, they're thinking, okay, water's boiling. So you have. So
a bit closer to the planet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So no, it's but yeah. So I've picked up way too many British mannerisms, I think. So people look at me weird here. So but it's fine.
Definitely is.
I was just about to mention, Andy, we've just seen Alexander Scoretta has come into the pits there. Maybe a splash and dash, or not too sure. He's now on pit exit. Bit of a weird one.
It is. But I'm just looking at the pit stops generally. So you've got Matt Gentrenbacken's been in, Eric Isaacson's been in, Alexander Scoretta we just saw, and Gordon Haig, all around about the same time. Gordon Haig's time in the pits was only 11 seconds. So, around about 5-6 seconds less than the rest of the teams that have gone further into the race. So it's going to be interesting to see, have they calculated the fuel correctly coming in there, or is he going to have to come in again and do a splash and dash, which will probably put a pay to a little bit of his work going in there. But yeah, Charles, it's going to be good. You can sit back now with a cup of tea and a biscuit and watch the rest of the race, mate.
Well, yeah, I mean, the cup of tea is fine. It'll be iced tea, and biscuits are different here. So, but thanks for having me in, guys. I am going to enjoy watching as much of this race as I can. Obviously, I have a couple of other duties to do this afternoon. But I'm going to watch as much as I can, because it's, like I said, these guys are doing a great job. So I want to see all the drivers driving.
Definitely is. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and sit back and enjoy it, mate. You deserve it. Cheers.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers, Charles.
So there was Charles there, obviously the team manager of Olympus Esports, our number one sponsor here for this round of racing. And it's good, I suppose, Tom, a little bit of a breakup. A lot of these seasons are like our second season is 12 rounds, hour-long races with a mixture of 2-hour races in there. It can get a little bit stressful to do it. So to have these sort of like mid-season fun events, it sort of breaks the ice with the drivers being able to talk to other teammates that they wouldn't normally, and get into a car and have a little bit of fun, which is mainly what we all joined iRacing for in the beginning, before it got like super competitive and everyone wants to win everything. So to have these nice little events where there's quids as we just put it, it's a nice feeling that there's no pressure. The result here really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of the overall championship, but it's just nice to get out and meet other drivers as well.
Yeah, definitely agreed. Speaking of pressure, Niels Erik Isaacson looks like he's only half a second off of Nicholas Gronstrom there. And now he's down to 0.1, if we can have a little look at him. I did notice his last lap time he put in was a 125.62, which is fantastic. And there he goes, making the pass on the inside, and he's running slightly wide on the grass there, but manages to collect it as the Caddy Power car there has gone past Team Pit Stop and moved up into second place, Andy.
Yeah, well, that's. I mean, that is a pro driver against a rookie driver, so I suppose it was to be expected. But it's good to see it. Nicholas still needs to owe us a pit stop because he hasn't made a pit yet. So coming into 38 minutes, so we'll be coming in for a splash and dash probably within the next 5 minutes, I would imagine. But let's see if we can get Thomas Wangen in and see what happened at the start. Let's just have a look further down. Let's see if he's in the thingy. Let's try and drag him in. Hi, Thomas. Welcome to the pit stop, mate. Thomas, I just want to sort of divulge what happened at the start of the race. What happened to Nicholas?
We had a little start fail. We shifted to second a little bit fast and the car died. So, yep.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
certainly got swamped. I mean, obviously, you put it on pole as you normally do in the championship, and you left it to the last couple of minutes. I'm sure you were listening to us on the broadcast where we said you're in third place. What does this? Basically, you just stuck it on pole. But yeah, Nicholas didn't really like it at the front there, did he? And he wanted to be at the back. But not doing too bad at the moment, up in third, and still plenty of time to go, mate, isn't there?
Yeah, of course. Niklas doing a great job. We expected it to be a little bit off pace, but we managed to do a right thing on the strategy, I think. The other guys send out their pro drivers in the first stint, except Hauge can't cope. So looking forward to the race. I think we can get some time during the race.
Yeah, I think you are probably one of the only other one. The other one is Gordon Haig. He is currently in P6. Has done that. He has certainly got some pace in this Cadillac. Apart from you two, everyone else has gone quite hard. Torben Mele there in P7. They go in the same sort of tactics as you. So yourself, the Wallbangers pit stop. Are all using lower drivers and can't cope. So it's going to be interesting coming into the later stints, isn't it, when we get you fast drivers in there to see what you can do.
Yeah, so I hope our pit strategy will work. We have done quite of testing and looking forward to the race. I think the guys have done a good job with the preparation and everything, so I think this will be good.
I gotta especially like your livery. That's a great livery on there with the donut on the side, and another great one from Thomas, isn't it?
Yeah, Tom did a great job. Yep.
Yeah, it definitely is. So obviously coming into your round of pit stop, I won't ask you to divulge your team tactics. I'm sure it's a closely guarded secret. But can you tell us who's going into the car next or not?
I think that is our Simon Moldekleiv going into the car. We have done some testing, and I think we're going for rookie, Am, Pro, and Pro. Maybe we do a change, stint 3 and stint 4. We will see at the end. Try to see when Thomas gets into the car, cope, so we can have a good fight with him, I hope.
Yeah, definitely.
And we will see. We have hope for some safety car and doing the pit stops during the safety car. So we will take a look at it. We will do our best.
Yeah, we're itching to get that safety car out, but you're all driving especially well on track at the moment. No major incidents to bring it out. So, yeah, sort of disappointing on that stage, but just shows how much practice you guys put in to try to master a car that you've probably never driven before in your life.
Oh, this car is shit. No more comment.
That's it, one word answer. Just for that. Thomas, I'll let you get back to your team and get on with doing the team taxes you do. Cheers.
Thank you.
There was Thomas there, the captain, and just one word. That's all it took, Tom.
Yeah, he's described it quite well, I believe. That's yeah, good for him. But yeah, I have sent you a DM, Andy, if you could take a look at that, please. But yeah, back to the racing. You know, the pit stop guys are doing very well. They're obviously quite disappointed with the P3 that they're sitting in currently. But it sounds like Simeon's coming in next, and obviously a very young but fast and experienced driver. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can close up at all on Niels Erik Isaacson or Iracing Mantis. So, you know, these guys are they've all put in a lot of practice, especially Thomas Wangen, and I imagine that he's absolutely sizzling at the moment over the sheer fact that you know, he's had the issue so early on in the race. But it's a long race and lots of time to go. So, you know, we're coming up to 45 minutes in, and the guys are just going to have to keep going and see if they can make the time up. Obviously, the safety car will come into play, and that'll you know, that will sort things out. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
I'm going to see if I can reset, because Tom left the car running, so blew the engine on this car. But how do I reset this? Trying to look at how to reset it. No. Come on, Tom. Give us some pointers. Where's the reset? I'm not sure where it is. I'm not sure where it is. Ah, here it is.
I like that the reset comes with sound effects.
It does, doesn't it?
Charles said, "There goes the PG rating."
I know. You can always rely on Thomas to say that. There you go.
Yeah, he's gonna say it how it is. You know, he's gonna say it how it is.
I don't think I can black flag. No, I don't think I can. Is it fixing the engine then? Is it?
Yeah, I like the engine fixed if you can.
I don't think I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know if anybody knows how to do that. If you can reset the car as the admin, I don't know. Don't see anything here that you can do. Move to the end of the line, wave round, clear penalties.
I have to wonder if I can leave the session and rejoin. Will that sort it?
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I do not know. Maybe try it. Just give it a try.
Yeah,
give it a try. See what it does. There you go. Tom has destroyed the safety car already by not even going out.
I do apologise for that. The trouble is, it's cut to the it's cut obviously to broadcast mode, and not like I haven't clicked race or anything to put the car on track. So it's cut to broadcast mode, and for some reason it's decided to blow up the engine.
Yeah. I did cut off. Well, you need to turn that engine off before you start, mate. You know, that's the schoolboy error that you chose to do. But yeah, so looking. hopefully that sorts it out, mate, and then we can maybe throw in a safety car for the drivers. We'll see what it is. But just a quick rundown now. Coming up into 46 minutes of this 4-hour race. So first drivers sort of coming to the end of their stint. You still got Iracing Mantis out there. Hasn't had a pit stop yet, hence why he's 34 seconds ahead of Niels Erik Isaacson in second place for Caddy Power. And then we got in third place, 12 seconds behind Nicholas. Niles, is Matt Skentrenbacken from Betty Swallock, so he's doing a great job, the Pro-Am driver. Alexander Scorette is in fourth place for Last Minute, the Pro-Am driver. Then we got our Am driver, Gordon Haig in Count Cope in fifth place. Torben Melee, Wallbangers in sixth. Nicholas Gronstrom, the pit stop in seventh. Sander Island in Win It or Bin It in eighth. And obviously Tom Bingham there, just... in the pits with a damaged car, and he hasn't even been out. I'm not sure. Yeah, you should have your fast repair.
I'm trying to take my fast repair, but it doesn't.
It's not. Like did that not work? No.
Hey.
We're back up and running.
We're running. I've got a new engine.
Super quick, speedy engine change there, but no drivers are. No drivers are spinning off, which is highly unusual. As we see there, Arias coming into his pits.
I do believe. Is there squirrels on track, Andy? Could there be squirrels?
I think I saw some squirrels a little bit later. We'll just keep an eye on that and update you on the welfare, because no animals will be hurt in the streaming of this broadcast.
Yeah, we got to protect the squirrels. That's what we got to do.
So Arias there coming in for his pit stop. Let's see where he comes out. Where is Niels? Let's have a look at Niels. Niels is coming around the first corner here. It's going to be close between the two drivers. 4.1 seconds is the gap now between Neil Isaacson and Arias Romantis. And it was interesting what Thomas was saying there about the way that they've done their schedule is to have the slower drivers first and then obviously the faster, more confident drivers later on. Because what a lot of the drivers were saying is, as the timer gets on, this race started, I think it was around about 10 o'clock. So as true to form with the current weather in the UK, it's lovely and sunny, but the track temperature sort of gets hotter. So at the moment it's 28 degrees C, so it's getting up, and the further it goes into the race, the hotter it's going to get, and therefore the car is going to slide more. So probably not a bad tactic having the faster drivers a little bit later to be able to cope with the fact that the car is going to be a little bit more slidey.
Yeah, it's definitely a good shout, isn't it? I mean, putting your more experienced drivers in when the conditions are worse is definitely going to work out well for them. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the caddies as time goes on. It's already a hard car to drive, and with mixing up the teams and so on and so forth, the sheer fact that we're going to get some better drivers in, but also some worse drivers in. Not that anyone's really worse, but a less experienced driver. It's going to be really interesting. So I can see in the chat already between some of the teams, people are already asking about how the tyre degradation is. So is that another factor that's going to come into play? I imagine it is.
Yeah, I'd imagine the tyre strategy certainly will come in later on. But it looks like we've got a driver change here. Lewis McKevney is in the car. Just looking at who was in it before. I think it... No, it's Lewis has been in the car. Sorry, my bad. He's going to... Yeah, it's not... Who was in that car? I'm trying to think who it was. It was Lewis, wasn't it? Can't remember. No, it wasn't it? Was it Sander? I've lost track of who it was. Don't know. Can't remember.
I believe it was Sander.
So
just trying to look back at the lap info.
In fact, yeah, you could do, yeah, see who it was. But I think that is a driver change here. So Lewis, the last season's season 1 in the GT Cup, late addition into this special round there coming in, as we see a couple of the other drivers coming in. So Torben Melli's into the pits as they come in. So there's Torben. Is this a driver change for them?
That's the Team Wallbangers car, I believe, in that nice brick and mortar sort of paint job they've got going on.
It certainly is. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that, because obviously it's an hour race, and I'm surprised that Lewis is actually in the car yet, considering there's another 10 minutes left for before the driver change. Every driver should do an hour plus or minus a lap based on their drivers, just to make it fair share across all the drivers. No, Torben's actually stayed in the car. So yeah, I think that might have been a little bit of an early change here for win it or bin it, with Lewis getting into the car. So not quite sure what happened there. There may have been an issue with Sander, that's why they've come in and changed. But yeah, a little bit early, but we'll see how Lewis can get on now. Currently in P8th overall on track. But yeah, I see you're starting to give away some merch on the YouTube chat, mate.
Yeah, just someone's going to win themselves a nice Performance Link mug. Thought that'd be nice to sip their tea while they watch them racing. Yeah,
exactly, and it's a great mug. I've got one myself, and it's a sizable man mug. So if you've got small hands, it may look huge, but for my mighty hands, it's like a normal mug.
Simeon Moldeclef has said Torben Mele was blocking the road and no safety car.
Oh, we missed that one. Did we? Where is that? Let's have a look further back. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at a replay here, Torben. Let's see what happened to Torben. Coming around Cascades.
We have stated that safety car will come out with 2 or more cars involved, so we'll have to have a look here.
Ooh.
Well, he's not quite near the road there.
Oh, he's gonna hit the wall.
Oh. Yeah, and he does have a collision.
He carried on going, so that's okay. It's when somebody tows back to the pits, that's when it would be the safety car. So managed to have a little spin going around the one you said, Island Bend, turn number 4. Very treacherous corner, certainly in any normal car. Never mind the Cadillac.
Yeah, the Caddy's just treacherous, isn't it? It's not, it's not an easy car. It's quite a big bit of American beef, though, so I'm surprised the tyre wall didn't explode when it managed to hit it there. So, but yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is. But yeah, these cars are so forgiving and they can just spit you off at no notice at all. We saw earlier on Gordon Haig managing to catch it coming through Knickerbrook and doing an exceptional job, because that could have been disastrous and that could have been the first safety car, because them tyre walls with that jut out bit just at the end of we'll watch Arias go round. You know, it's normally right for these cars when you go around this corner that we're just going to watch Arias go round now to hit into the tyre wall. Just there on the right hand side, the one with the yellow tops on, but he did an exceptional job saving it. And to be fair to Torben, that again coming around Island Bend, so easy to spit yourself off, but managed to control it. These drivers are controlling this car exceptionally well. I'm a little bit disappointed that they're doing so well.
Yeah, I mean, but things are still quite close on track. I mean, we've got quite a lot of cars that are still obviously on the lead lap at the moment, and with safety cars coming up potentially, it's really going to compress the field. I mean, Iracing at the moment is just putting a 126.8, so still putting in some decent laps, but the car behind him is going slightly faster. Niels Erik Isaacson, he's bringing that 4.3 second gap down progressively, and Arish still owes us a pit stop, I think you said, Andy.
No, he's actually been in for his pit stop now, so that's why the gap was around 37 seconds, now down to 4.2 with Niels Erik Isaacson trying to chase down. So the first round of pit stop for driver changes will be coming up shortly. 4 minutes left for these drivers, and big kudos to all the drivers out on track. There's been no real major incidents. Obviously, we saw Nicholas Ronstrom at the start there, as Thomas said, got into second gear, so really hankered it down off the line. We've had Gordon Haig have his little heart-wrenching moment at Knickerbrook. We had a jump starter at the start from Sander, which obviously confuses a little bit why he went in, but that sort of made sense with that. But apart from that, it's pretty much been plain sailing for these guys, and they're all sort of get the mid 126 nows, low 127s. So the temperature must be starting to affect these cars, and they probably haven't changed the tyres as well. So certainly the tyre degradation will be starting to kick in. That's for sure.
Yeah, especially if they're pushing hard and trying to catch up like they have been. So Niels Erik Isaacson's actually dropping off ever so slightly now. He's gone to 4.5. So Iracing is putting in a heck of a stint at the moment for his first stint out in the car. It's but obviously he is one of the fastest drivers for that team. So it's really going to be interesting to see what happens with obviously the faster drivers coming in later. Sort of Thomas Cope or some of the other pro-ams that are going to be taking second, third, and final stints. So it's going to be interesting to see how the guys handle it. But Arish is doing a fantastic job for the Spin City team at the moment, and as you said, kudos to the drivers and especially to him for managing to keep it nice and clean. So in this season, he's had a bit of rotten luck with incidents and crashes and spins and bits and pieces, and not had too many fantastic rounds. But today, something's just gelling with Arias and the caddy.
It certainly is. I was going to say that, you know, not having the best of seasons in the actual TT3 Cup, you know, we were even looking at possibly moving him down a classification, but came back to the fair play to Arias. He didn't want that. He wanted to be up there. Said he'll pull his finger out and start moving along. And this could be good things for him. You know, give him that confidence in a car that, like we say, that nobody really drives. But you can see by watching him on board this lap that we just watched him, he certainly got to grips with this caddy and is doing exceptionally well. Currently into 2 minutes left for the first stint, and they don't have to take some of that corner on the first turn, don't they?
Yeah, one deceiving thing about that corner is even though it's it's sort of like a checkered Astro material, it's hard to just decipher where the actual line is between that and the grass. And especially in a car like this, if you're trying to get on the power and you do have one of those rear wheels on the grass, it's easily going to spin the car up and you'll be making a big mistake. So sometimes it's easier just to take it a bit steady and ride it out and just pray you can get it stopped before you come down the hill.
Yeah, it definitely is. But let's have a look at Torben again. And we did have his camera up earlier. Let's put that back up for him so we can sort of see him in his rig there, very chilled out with his gloves on. Just trying to get it home. Currently a lap down at the moment, but that's to be expected with Torben being the rookie driver in the field, and one that's really starting to gain a little bit of experience with being in the league. We've seen him like laps down in the races, but now he's getting a little bit more confidence behind himself, and hopefully the second half of the season he'll realise that, you know, he's got the pace to be able to keep up there or keep within a lap. But probably his target at the moment is to try and limit the amount of laps that he's sort of down, to give the faster drivers in that team the opportunity to come through in the later stars of the race. But again, you know, apart from that earlier incident we saw coming round Island Bend, he's driven it exceptionally well.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job there for the Wallbangers team. He's done incredibly well. As we see Simeon Mordeklev now jumping into the car for the pit stop team. Is he taking tyres, Andy? It does look like he potentially is taking tyres. We'll have to check and see it on his pit stop time here and see what's happened. But as we know, Simeon from the GT3 League, a 16-year-old from Norway, unbelievably fast and unbelievably competitive. But his age does show a little bit of errors every once in a while. So this car, this track temp, and obviously a bit of pressure with team racing, that can that can really upset you. As we also see Gordon Haig coming in for the Count Cope team. Now, is there going to be a driver change for Gordon Haig? I assume so, looking at the time we've had so far elapsed in the race, but we'll have to wait and see who's jumping in the car next. So, and it's Thomas Cope. The big guns are jumping in already for the second stint. So they seem to be switching up their plans there, whereas they were saying earlier they were going to be running Thomas Cope towards the end of the race. They've now decided to chuck him in for stint 2, Andy.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely could be, or it could be Grant, because I know there was some issues with Grant, so Grant will be using Thomas's rig for his stint because he couldn't get into the session. But Torben Melly just looks like he's had another incident here. There is, where is that? Where is he? Let's have a look at the tram. Oh, it's literally on the last corner. So coming in to hand over his car. So bang on the hour mark. All the drivers are in to hand over to the new ones. Apart from Arias is in now and Eric Isaacson. So it's going to be interesting to see with the top two who goes into the car for them. So we got John O'Cook in the caddy power. He's another... what I would call a seal clubber, somebody with a low I rating. Do you remember you were talking about Thomas Cope at the start? Saying I see Torben there just relaxing, giving it over to who's in that team now for Wallbangers. Russ Fowler is in for the Russ Bangers. So well done, Torben. Give us a hands up if you're listening to us, mate. Give us a thumbs up. Is he watching us? He's looking around. He's like, oh, wow. But yeah, there you go. There's the change of drivers, and we'll give you a rundown of where we currently are once all our drivers are back out on track.
We will obviously have to keep an eye on conditions at the moment for a potential safety car. So it's we've had a couple of spins early on, and the guys are going to have to try and keep it on track if we're not going to be throwing the safety car out there quite early on. But as we see Russ Fowler now, we know Russ Fowler for a long time, one of our other main sponsors as well, for Green Future Technologies. Really nice guy. Was started off as an AM and battled against myself and you, Andy, in some championships. But I did manage to pip him at the post on the Mazda Cup for Apex. So he was a little bit stressed about that, I believe. But yeah, really nice guy, fast driver, fantastic in the Mercedes, doing a cracking job. So looks like we've actually had a crash here. I don't believe that is Thomas Cope. No, he's coming for no. Let's have a little look and see if we can see what's happened.
This is Alan Sandergaard here. Let's have a look at what happened here. Coming around Island Bend. Looks like a crash. Let's have a look. Coming into Shell Oil Corner. Gets slightly wrong. Spins the car. Comes out. Manages to get it going. So a little bit too hot into Island Bend. Let's see if I can find out what happened to Mr. Cope. Monshon Cope. Let's have a look and see what happened to Thomas Cope here. Coming around Cascades. Or is it Island Bend? Does he take it too hot? Oh, he's going to hit the wall. I believe that is debris out on track at Shell Oil Corner. So I think that we need to get the safety car out, mate, to clean up the track, please. Let's tell the drivers, a safety car out.
Roger that. Safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed. All drivers must remain behind the safety car unless you are unlapping yourselves.
Back out to that. As we can't cope, is getting out there. So let's have a look at the wonderful safety car as Tom gets out on track there. Doing an excellent Tom. Make sure you keep it on track though, mate. You know, can't really do a lot with that. So let's have a
warm my tyres a bit.
Let's have less of the swerving, please, old Bean. This car's coming behind you.
Old Bean, I love it.
As we have here now, and we've got Steve Pierce of Spin City in first place, just lining up behind the safety car. John Cook in Caddy Power in the second place. This is going to be good news for Lewis McClevely, Russ Fowler, who are currently a lap down from them. Tom Bingham, you're 38 laps down, mate, so you got a lot of ground to catch up on here, but we'll get this out. So the safety car will be out for 2 laps. We see the Rick just need to make sure that they can let the lap drivers come through as we go through there. At Binnett just needs to catch up to the back of the safety car train. As he is be coming across them very shortly. Trying his best to get up to the back. So this will benefit the slower drivers from that first time round to be able to do. So, but this is real life racing. The safety car does come out when there's excessive debris on the track. As we
have had a lot of incidents, so it's a reasonable safety car.
We do. So we will have one more lap of the safety car before it comes in. So this next lap, the safety car will be coming in. So you can broadcast that one, mate.
Yep, will do. The safety car will be coming in on this lap. The safety car will be coming in on this lap. Safety car was deployed for debris on track. Just, give the drivers a heads up.
I know. Got all about the Dover.
temptation to just drive off really fast is quite strong. I'm not going to lie.
I know, it's like driving Miss Daisy. It's a great looking car though you made there, mate. You gotta love it. The Aston Martin Vanquish GT4 car. You know?
Yeah, we were gonna run with the Super Trucks Pro Light, but that thing is a drift machine, so probably not a good idea to put that out there today. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing too much straight driving action.
Certainly is.
I'm a bit sad about my 39 laps down though. That's quite sad.
That is quite sad, mate, isn't it? It's very sad. What can you do though? But it's going to be interesting now, the start. So Steve Pierce will probably start backing them up, coming down after Druid's Corner to try and get that sort of slingshot through Lodge Corner up through the start-finish straight. So it's going to be an interesting restart. And let's have a look from John O'Cook in second place for the Caddy Power team there, behind Steve Pierce of Spin City. So it's going to be an interesting restart on this lap now, and just seeing Lewis McClevy on the pit exit for the Win It or Bin It team. So making advantage for the pit stop in safety car. So we're coming around to coming around Druid's Corner now, coming down to the Lodge Corner. Safety start will peel in, and then we are back to green racing. I'm surprised that Steve Pierce is not backing the field up slightly here to get that slingshot, because it's certainly down to Steve now. Maybe just, there we go, he's starting to slow the car down now as we sort of see Tom coming up and shooting into the pit lane there. And we are back to normal racing here under Steve whenever he goes, and he is gone. And there we go. So now we've got all the cars back together again. You can see the gap. John O'Cook second, Patrick Weldon third, Alan Sandergaard in fourth, Simeon Meldeklev in fifth, and Thomas Cope, after obviously making that fast repair, in sixth place at the moment. So Lewis McCovey did take a pit stop, currently 57 seconds back, and Russ Fowler again 47 seconds back. I think they've probably taken their pit stop there. We better just see if the safety car is ghosted. Oh, yes. But, yeah, game on now for a little bit more racing. How was that for you, Tom? Did you enjoy getting out on track? Did you feel the emotion? Did it overall you?
I did, mate, and I have to be honest, it was faster than I normally drive, so, yeah, it was good.
And you managed to keep it on track, so well done for you.
Thank you very much. Right, just so we put it out there, the giveaway has now finished for a Performance Link mug. Okay, drum roll please, and the winner will be. The winner is GamerDad74. Congratulations, you have won yourself a Performance Link mug.
Well done to GamerDad, man after my own heart there, GamerDad. 74, is that your age, GamerDad, or is it not, or is it just a number? There we go. But let's get back to the racing. So Steve Pierce and John O'Cook have managed to pull out a slight little gap to Patrick Wild in third place for team last minute. So these two are starting to slightly pull away. Thomas Cope here trying to make inroads into the pro driver. I think he's the only, yes he is, the only pro driver out on track in this second stint. So we would expect big things from Thomas Cope if he can keep the car on track. So we'll be looking for bated breath to see if he's able to do that. I think this corner here is probably the treacherous corner in this Cadillacs coming around Island Bend. You can so easily get it wrong through there, but Thomas Cope now putting a little pressure on Patrick Wild. Let's go on board with Thomas Cope to see what he can do, if he can make a passing move here, or when he's going to be able to get back. Because at the moment, Steve Pierce and John O'Cook in 1 and 2 are starting to go up the road there. 3 seconds. Patrick is now behind them. Oh, pushing it extremely wide there, and this should be a run here. Is he going to risk it, trying to go down the inside here into Druid's Corner? Just gets it on the inside. Let's have a look, see if he's managed to get it. Yes, he has, and I think Patrick probably gave in the space there to be able to make that passing move. Now, Thomas Cope has got a 3-second gap to try and close between himself and John O'Cook, but the gap at the front is literally nothing out on there, so it's well, what's going on there? There we go. Let's have a look at the battle for that first place. John O'Cook putting a lot of pressure on Steve Pearce here at the moment for the overall leader of this race on there. And that safety car has really brought everybody back together, hasn't it?
Yeah, sometimes sometimes that's what happens in real racing, and you know, people need to understand that if there's a lot of incidents, there is going to be significant debris on the track.
There certainly is. Are you giving a 5 race ban T-shirt raffle?
I certainly am. Yeah,
Wow.
I believe that we need to share the slogan from Performance Link, which is if someone does something wrong, they deserve a 5 race ban.
No, I think that's just coming from AKM Racing. I think that's the only team that was saying that. We haven't given the 5 race ban though at the moment.
No, he hasn't entered yet, which is quite surprising me. I thought he would jump all over that.
He's probably bought 10 of them, mate.
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, so Pops I think is actually joining us for a brand new season we got coming up very shortly on the 18th. A 5-round Clio Cup race, 3 races per round, 15-minute races. It's going to be interesting, and Pops is joining us on the field, so dipping his toes into league racing here. So it's going to be interesting to see what Pops can do. Obviously got the rest of his team around him, Michael Goff and Lee King McGee, but Pops is coming out. I have copyrighted it.
I hope not, for our sake. But if you have, please let us have the rights. That would be fantastic. So, but yeah, back to the racing. You know, as we're seeing Steve Pearce here in the Spin City car racing up front with John O'Cook close behind. John O'Cook is one of the Performance League esports drivers who's been racing this season and had a bit of a mixed bag of results, but fantastically fast driver, especially in a touring car.
He certainly is, isn't he? He's very good, very quick in most cars. Currently only got around about a 1200 I rating. He just doesn't like doing the official series to get that up. He's I'll probably almost certainly say he's the 3K racer easily with the speed that he can carry. But at the moment, Steve Pearce managing to hold off the onslaught that John O'Cook is trying to do. Only 0.2 of a second is splitting these two drivers. Thomas Cope making slight little inroads, but not massive gains here as we watch John O'Cook trying to make a move coming down into Lodge Corner. Gets on the inside and managing to get the move done. So pretty much some good slipstream effect in these big, massive Cadillacs.
Yeah, the Caddy, it's as we said earlier, it's a big hunk of American beef. It's cutting a decent amount of channel into the air in front of it, and it's allowing these guys to make some decent time up on the straights. The handling's the only thing that lets it down, really. Apart from that, it's got a great noise and it's super fast. But yeah, it's keeping it on track today is going to be the name of the game.
It certainly is. Is that your poor dog in the background crying at you, mate? Is it?
It is my pooch. It is my pooch crying in the background. He's probably hungry.
El Puccio. Let's see if we can pull some more drivers in to have a chat. Let's see if we can get in here. Let's have a look of this. Who've we got? Let's try and pull in Neil Eriks Isaacson see how it went for himself. Let's see if we can pull him in. Niels, welcome to the commentary booth, mate. Obviously, your first stint went very well. How was it for you, mate?
It was. I think it was difficult with the tires. Yomantas did a very good job. I couldn't keep up, so a bit disappointed, but that's how it is.
I mean, you still got second place overall, so the finishing position for yourself was good. But how is it going from obviously the BMW into the Cadillac?
It's a huge difference. I think this is a beast. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay to drive, but it's very sketchy when you try to drive very much on the limits. Yeah, it was good with new tires. That was an awesome feeling.
Yeah, I'd imagine these cars are not used to the tight and twisty Oulton Park track. But Jono, at the moment for you, is doing exceptionally well. Was in a bit of a battle with Steve Pearce. Has managed to break away slightly, 1.3 seconds in the lead. We do have Thomas Cope, our one and only pro driver, on track at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see after this stint where we have. But I suppose the safety car helped out a few of your competitors behind, probably mainly Thomas Cope, Simeon and Patrick. But
Yeah,
I suppose
think it destroyed our tactic. So
hey, it's still not over when it's over. There's plenty of more
we
opportunities.
need some more safety cars. Can we get one?
Oh, we'll have to see them. This pesky wildlife and that. But I'm pretty sure when we get a few of the other drivers in, some more mistakes will be happening. So it's never over till it's over. But at the moment, Jono's doing a great job for you, isn't he?
Saw a cat in turn 4 2 minutes ago.
A cat. you're paying for them safety cars.
What did you ask? Sorry, what did you ask?
I'm saying you don't want safety cars at the moment. That closed the field up even more. Jono's doing a great job. So
yeah, he's doing a great job. Yeah. So let's hope he keeps it going like this.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously this is a brand new event. I don't know if you've ever done anything like this before in your iRacing career, but for a bit of fun, how do you like it? I suppose it's a good opportunity to get to know the other drivers alongside you that you don't normally chat to.
Yeah, that's a fine experience, and also it's good to have a fun race in a way that it's not that you don't have to train so much. So I think that's nice.
I know you drivers don't like to be having too many down weeks, so we thought we'd throw this in for you. But I suppose overall, like you said, that safety car may have ruined your early tactics, and now it's probably relying on the rest of your team to bring it home for yourselves. I mean, you got some strong team members there. You got Jono out now. You got Kim Andre Borkland, who was the last season a pro driver, down to pro am this season, and then you got Jonathan as your fourth driver. So it's going to be an interesting race coming in. When we're still very early days, only an hour and 20 into this 4-hour race, so not even halfway. So still plenty more can go on, but I'm pretty sure that you're there with your calculator, with your statistician's book, trying to see how you can do the tactics from now on, I suppose.
Yeah, the ink limit, I think it's could be a bit hard for some teams. We have to see. There may be some penalties after an hour or so, I think.
There could well
we have
be.
To see.
Could well be there, but let's have a look. Thank you very much for joining us. You can sit back and team manage your team now, mate. But enjoy the rest of the race.
We have Kim Andre. He's hired in from Ferrari. So
Yeah.
This is going great.
Definitely. Good luck, Niels, mate, and look forward to speaking to you later on, mate.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Cheers. There's Niels there. Obviously, back to his team to coach the rest of him. But I think we did say, let me just double check that Jono did actually say, mate, you can... No, it's not. I won't pull him in from the car to see how he's getting on. That would be pretty mean. So we shan't do that overall. But doing a great job is Jono, currently out of the lead, 2.6 seconds ahead of Thomas Cope in. Can't Cope in second place. He's trying to chase him down at the moment. Our only pro driver in this second stint here out on track. Steve Pearce from Team Spin City in third place. These three slightly pulling away from Patrick Wild in Team Last Minute in fourth place, who does have Simeon Molderclef behind him from Team Pit Stop. So at the moment there, fast guy Thomas Wangen hasn't gone into the car, so they've got that sort of ace car up their sleeve if Simeon can manage to get past Patrick and make some sort of inroads into team. So it looks like we do have another back mark. I think that's Team Warbangers of Russ Fowler. Yeah, it is indeed. They're just there in 8th place, just about to get lapped by Patrick and Simeon here. But again, he did pit early under the safety car, so it might be that he's already made his stop out on track. So, but still a lap down. So probably hoping for another safety car at some point. Then we look further back. Lewis McCanley in P6 on Win It or Bin It. Did sort of pit slightly earlier, so we'll have to look into that. I'm not sure. We'll have to analyse that a little bit to see if Lewis did come in and take over from Sander 10 minutes earlier than was expected. But currently in P6 at the moment. So again, they've still got their fast drivers in the Win It or Bin It team. Alan Sandergaard in P7 from Betty Swallows. Bit off the pace there, 10 seconds behind Lewis. So, and then you got Russell. There's 3 teams at the back here: Win It or Bin It, Betty Swallows, and Warbangers at the moment. Round about a lap down, or just about to be a lap down from the leaders. So probably hoping for another safety car, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. But back to the front, John O'Cook still managed to keep a decent gap between himself and Thomas Cope, 2.3 seconds, only coming down around about 1/10 of a second from the previous lap. So doing a great job, the Pro-Am driver. Like we said, pretty much probably hitting in there. I think originally when I saw his iRating, he was down in the AMs, but pretty much told me straight away, he said I'm a lot faster than what my iRacing was. So big kudos for him for being honest, or else he certainly would have club sealed probably the majority of the AM field out there. But certainly showed his pace, and Imola was certainly the track that might have sparked off his comeback in that Pro-Am field. But yeah, interesting at the moment. An hour and 24 minutes into this 4-hour race, so still plenty of time left.
Yeah, there's massive amount of time left. You know, the field is still tightly compacted, apart from a couple of drivers. But even so, I mean, 40 seconds off isn't necessarily the end of the world when the safety car, if it does come out for an incident, or it does come out for debris or whatever it may be, it will it will tighten things back up again. So it's still important for the drivers to push hard and get the positions that they need to get, and pull away when they can, because we may have no safety cars till the end of the race. We simply don't know at this moment.
We certainly don't, as we drive on board with Thomas Cope, who's trying to chase down John O'Cook. They managed to break away from Steve Pearce behind them, but the gap's still 2.1 from Thomas Cope to John O'Cook, and 3.9 seconds from Steve Pearce to Thomas Cope. So the front three again starting to stretch out a little bit there, and then a sizable gap. Probably the biggest battle out on track is between right on board with him now, Simeon Moleclair from the team pit stop, 0.4 of a second behind Patrick Wild in P4. So yeah, great recovery drive from them.
You can see just how fast that Cadillac actually is. I mean, the closing speed and the speed on the straights that these guys are getting up to, I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal, you know. I mean, if you look at the speed there, 140k, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, nearly 200k, 220 almost there. Yeah, just about 220 by the time he had to dab on the brakes as he's pushing, gets the inside line. Oh, very, very close there. It looked like the car of Patrick Wilder in front had a little bit of an incident going too late on the brakes, washed out slightly, and that's now allowed Simeon to close up to 0.2 of a second, which will definitely be in the slipstream and definitely be right up in Patrick's rearview mirror.
Yeah, it certainly did, and it's a good illustration of how fast these cars. We'll leave the speed up there so you can see the speed that these cars actually get. They're certainly no slouch, even though they're a monster of a car. They've certainly got some grunt in that V8 engine under the hood there that can power them along a straight. It's just the cornering speed. You watch them when they go around the corner. They're really tentative. Let's have a look on board here from Simeon. But you can see when they go around the corner, just listen. It's like hold in, then getting on the power. So they're waiting really long, because these cars can really bite hard when they go into corners. And if you give it that little bit too much mustard, they certainly bite out. And also they slide out further wide than probably like the normal GT3 cars. Hence why they're probably not in the GT3 lineup. It'd be like another Ford, I would imagine, in the GT3 world, that nobody would ever drive it anyway. But it's good for the drivers to be able to sort of stretch your legs in the new car and give them a new challenge. It's got to be boring driving the same car all the time, being good at it.
Yeah, just having a natural ability to go quickly, throwing them into the Cadillac, something that's really going to ruin a lot of people's days. So, but we did see Simeon closing up to that 0.2 of a second there, and as he is closing up again, but this is not a corner that you want to be making any kind of move into. I mean, you can potentially throw it up the inside at Shell Oils, but it's still not a corner you want to play with too treacherously, because there just is no runoff room there if you make a mistake. And as we saw earlier with one of the other drivers hitting that tire wall on the outside of that turn, it's not a place you want to crash Oulton Park. There's not a lot of forgiveness, and the drivers just have got to keep it steady and keep it clean. But Simeon doing the right thing at the moment, just sticking in Patrick's slipstream, trying to keep nice and close and not overdrive the car, and being nice and patient on the throttle. But on the other hand, we see Patrick just absolutely sending it there and managing to pull the gap out to 0.6 of a second. So if he keeps this sort of pace up, he may even be able to break that toe from Simeon and allow himself to truck away.
Yeah, it definitely is. As we look from the rear camera that we've got on all the cars, just to see the closing speed, and that was just as we say that.
Big spin.
Just as we say that, a car's been and round the last corner, and he can't find a gear. Is that his engine dead? Yes, that is. Safety car out, please. Is it? Has he got it? Oh, he's got it going just. I thought he went to the pits then.
Has he got it going?
Yes, he has. He's back out there. Let's have. That was a close one. Let's have a look at this. Let's go on board. It looked like he couldn't get a gear.
Yeah, really strange. So the car seemed to do something a bit weird there, didn't it?
It did. So coming up here to the lodge corner, does have Simeon spins it. Just see how quickly that car just snapped. And getting back out.
So he's got it in gear there. It just won't engage. I don't hear him trying to select a gear.
And then it just clicked in. Must have been a hardware failure or something.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was a large part of lag or something like that on his feed, because it did seem that there was no input whatsoever. But we did hear the engine revving, which is strange, because if you get a disconnect on the internet side, you normally hear the car a lot of the time just rev flat out. So weird that he had that issue there, but unfortunate for him to have dropped down now 16 seconds back. It's it just goes to show that anything can happen in these endurance races, and with a fair amount of time left and potential safety cars coming out, things can seriously get heated up again.
They certainly can be. I mean, that's a weird one. It must be that he lost his gears or something, that on his steering wheel, or however he changed his gears, and that's not good. How do we buy a safety car?
Send all payments to esports@gmail.com.
Oh, I'm pretty sure there will be. I'm pretty sure there will be some coming along later on. People are starting to make little slight mistakes on there. Patrick making that one. We saw Thomas Cope, who we're joined back up with. Now look at that. Look at the gap come down. 1.1 second, 1.2 seconds now between Thomas Cope and Jonathan Cook. So this could be an interesting race. But Jonathan Cook's done exceptional well. I mean, 31 minutes into his stint. To hold off Thomas Cope is by no means feat, that. So Jono's done an excellent job at the moment. Just see the lap times there. 26.8 for Jono and 26.7 for Thomas Cope.
Yeah, the times are definitely coming down there. What I'm going to do is, Andy, I'm going to send the Can't Cope team a message just to confirm which driver is in at the moment, because as we know earlier, there was an issue with one of their team members being able to join the actual session due to coming along late, and he is going to be using Thomas's account to drive. So I just want to get confirmation on that and make sure that we are looking at the right driver here. So
yeah, definitely.
Give me 2 seconds, I'll see what I can do.
It's been a bit unusual, this, but it was a late replacement, and when he got into the league, he couldn't see the session, couldn't get into the session. But obviously, as Thomas Cope and Grant are in the same team, Thomas, being ever the gentleman he is, offered to let him drive in his in his car, so he actually got out. Which, you know, in normal circumstances of if this was an official race, you know, that's just unfortunate. It wouldn't happen. No, because it's a fun race, and to give 4 drivers out on track, then you know, we've allowed it for this this occasion. So all good for that one. Just going to have a look, and I'll let you wonderful viewers that are listening to us, the prizes that are up for grabs in this event. Let's have a look at them. So, first place team gets £30 per team member for winning. The second place team gets £20 per team. The third place team gets £10 per team member. And the fourth and fifth team get performance link mugs per team member. So, you know, there's only going to be 4 teams that are probably going to dip out, and we may be nice to send them all mugs. Who knows?
Yeah, we've got a big collection of mugs. We'll send them out.
Cool. We need my son is a race here. Oh, we need my son is a race t-shirt. Oh, I get you now. I'm just trying to read the YouTube chat. I wonder why you put that.
Yeah, just getting ideas for shirts, you know.
Exactly.
Why not?
Exactly. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see after the Clio Cup, won't we? And you could put Pop's rules.
We'll have to put something like that out there. But yeah, for anybody watching along, we do have a t-shirt raffle running at the moment. It has our sort of slogan, or not our slogan, but a slogan which has been put out by one of our regular viewers, which is 5 race ban. So it's a 5 race ban performance link t-shirt, and yeah, get yourself in the raffle for potentially winning one of those. So we've already given a mug away to somebody so far, and yeah, t-shirt is up for grabs.
Certainly is. I mean, the top's the same as the one we've got on, isn't it? Apart from it's got 5 race ban on it or something.
Yes, yeah, same shirt, but different logo.
Yeah, definitely. So it's like this. There we go. Wonderfully, in the performance link, but then I think it's got 5 race ban up here, and the performance link slightly lower. I think that's what it is, isn't it, Tom?
It is correct. Yeah.
There we go. Got to be in it to win it, though, guys. As I said, exclamation mark hashtag raffle to get entered into it. Can I enter? Can I, Tom?
No, you can't.
Oh, that's just wrong.
Admins can't enter. I would have entered. I would have entered myself otherwise, mate.
As Thomas Wangan said, that is beep. You know, that's just wrong.
Yeah, Tom's keeping the stream PG, so definitely not going to be made for children, this one. So. But back to the racing, as we see Thomas Cope or potentially Grant here closing up the gap now to just under half a second, starting to put some real pressure on John O'Cook, and just wondering, is John starting to struggle now with the tyre wear and the ability to maintain the balance of that Cadillac? As we see, oh my goodness, just that's potentially why Thomas Cope or Grant is catching, is because they are putting their hammer down. Fantastic save, and you know, that probably browned his pants a little bit there.
We'll just call him TG. Thomas
TG.
or Grant. TG in second place. There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah, but they're getting into the realms now of looking at their pit stop for to get that little bit more fuel. So it's going to be an interesting strategy now to see if any of them take tyres or don't take tyres. Knowing Thomas or knowing TG, probably not if it's more T than G.
Yeah, very true. So if it's TC in the car, then he's you know, he may potentially get a pit lane speeding charge. So he does like to come in hot, and the pit lane entry here is very short indeed. It's not like some of the other tracks like Spa, for example, or you know, something that's got a bit of a longer entry where you get the car slowed down. Here you can enter the pits quite quickly, but you've got to slow down. And the speed limit in this pit, because it's so narrow and so short, it is only 50 kph, which is nothing, you know, especially in these cars, which you can exceed. You know, we're seeing guys hitting sort of 240 here. It's not an easy one to get the car slowed down in time, and if you're trying to make up places and rush, then you've got to be careful.
Yeah, talking to, I think, is that you, Tom Savage, on the YouTube? You need to get your dad in. We're all inclusive here at Performance Link. We do like to have the family ties fighting in the championship. ACC is very similar to Iracing, so shouldn't be a big move. We see John O'Cook, who's come across from ACC over to Iracing, is doing exceptionally well. So get him out on the grid, get him into the Clio Cup, Tom, and see how he gets on. There's a fun introduction into league racing in a car that is probably a little bit more easier to handle than probably this Cadillac is at the moment.
Yeah, in the Clio Cup, it's only a £10 entry for 15 races, I believe, which is incredible value for money. It basically isn't even really covering the cost of putting the sessions up. It's just a league that we want to get lots of people in and get people interested and have lots of new drivers. So I know we've had lots of new members joining recently, and quite a few of the people signing up to Clios, and I'm excited to see that grid go racing.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we're going to have the staple GT3 Championship. After the current series, we're probably going to hold off for the summer months and again start it up in sort of September, October time again. So have the 2 seasons like we have running back to back up till the start of the decent weather. But obviously, to keep everyone entertained and that, we're going to have what we're calling a hot hatch series. So we've got the Clio Cup this time, then we're going to have the Mazdas, then we might have some other cars, maybe the TCs, touring cars, and maybe something else, but keep it short and sweet to keep everyone entertained over the summer months and get the people who have not really probably experienced with the league racing into a bit of league racing and see the difference than the standard slam fests that you have in the iRacing officials. It's a completely different game, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's to be honest why I don't particularly do too many iRacing officials. I mean, if I'm after a bit of driving or something, then it's something you can do, but they are a bit of a crash fest at times until you start getting into the 2K and above level races where people start to take it quite a bit more seriously. But when you start out first of all in Mazdas and you've got a D license, it's it's all about keeping it clean. And a lot of the times you can progress your license just by starting from the pits and staying back. So as we see a car into the pits there, Andy, in the background, it looks like the Caddy Power team, and that's John O'Cook heading into the pits. Yeah,
definitely is. Coming in for his one and only pit stop before he changes over is John O'Cook. We can see their winner or Binnett in the pit lane as well. Changing the tyres whilst filling the car up. And then getting on the way. So it must be that them tyres are an absolute handful after about a year's worth of thing. Can we see ink?
Incidents.
Can you see
incident points?
Can we see the incident points? Let's have a look. Yes, because we do have drive-throughs on this as well. 30. I think 30 is the limit, and then every. In fact, let me have a look at the rules. I think I've
incident count is 30, and then every 15 after that.
15.
There's no disqualification limit, and fast repair is a limit of 4 fast repairs because we are way too kind.
We are only 4 fast repairs, but that's only 1 per driver, like we give them in the season. Thomas, I think that'd be a bit unsportsmanlike if we showed you the incident levels of the other drivers. The master tactician that is Thomas Wangen,
We can show you yours if you like.
Yeah, let's show yours.
Right. Anyway, so for the people that are watching and for the people that have entered the raffle, it is now time to pick who will be the winner of the 5-race ban t-shirt. So let's have a little look here. We will pick a winner, and the winner is... I can't believe it. It's GamerDad74 again.
Again, he's on a hot streak. He should be racing one of these caddies, I think. He is.
And for the next giveaway, I'm going to have to remove you, GamerDad. I'm sorry. Because if you win 3 in a row, then the AKM Racing team might think it's a fix. But yeah, congratulations on winning not only a Performance Link mug, but a 5-race ban performance link shirt as well. So
I was waiting for that. Rigged.
yeah, if you'd like to join our Discord and post a picture of yourself wearing and drinking from said merch, then we'll make sure we put that up on one of our streams and get your photo up there and say you can look like this or something along those lines.
It takes 10 years off you as well.
I heard 15. But,
15.
yeah,
It depends on how old you look to begin with, I suppose.
This is true.
It gives you about half a second on the track, though. We know that.
Yeah, at least.
But we can see here, Patrick Wilder's got some heavy damage on the left-hand side of that. Look at that for
oh my god!
a little bit of damage. Did we miss that one?
There? It must have been in the last minute.
I don't.
Did you get it?
Let's have a look. He's went off track here. Let's have a look to see here if this was it. Has he got the damage there? Can't see. So coming up hilltop down into Knickerbocker. Is it obviously this dreaded corner again?
I think he's got the damage there. It looks like that front left wheel's poking a little bit.
Oh, just managed to hit the save. No, it's not. No, that was his incident there. I'm not sure. Oh, wait a minute. I think we may have a safety car here. I think Alan Sandergaard has come back to the pits. Let's just double check this. Going out wide. Smack! Okay. Yes, that is safety car out, please. Safety car out.
Safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed.
As we saw there, heavy contact there going around Island Bend. Literally, that car from Alan Sandergaard from Betty Swallock's front end completely non-existent anymore as he tows back to the pits, and we get to see the lovely Aston Martin Vanquish GT4.
Oh, that was a crash. I've just seen it on the stream there. He tried to do the Wall of Champions jump, I think, Andy, didn't he?
I'll fix it up. It was a complete wrong part of the track that was the case on there. But yeah, so Thomas Copes lines up right behind the safety car here. Steve Pearce is in the pit lane. Simi Moldclef is currently in the pit lane as well.
Rubbing the safety car will give you a penalty.
Trying to push you along, saying, come on, I've got a little bit of a lead here.
He's backed off a bit now. That's good to see. Oh, I got to be honest. Having a live safety car is actually quite interesting. But yeah, that was a tow to the pit. So that is definitely a safety car deployment incident.
It certainly is. But see, Thomas Simsports is there, basically on it. Where's the safety car? Do you know, we've got to analyse these things to see if it warrants a safety car. But yeah, that so wholeheartedly warranted a safety car. But yeah, I think Thomas has probably lost out big style here. You know, lapping under there. Same with John O'Cook as well. Steve Pearce obviously was losing a little bit of time, pitted under the safety car, and has managed to get that second place. So Jono has all the luck, as you see there. Thomas Cope trying to push the GT3. Don't buckle, Tom. Don't buckle under the pressure, mate.
I won't, don't worry. The safety car will be going 100 kilometers an hour, so that is 60 miles per hour for anybody in old money. Or, you know, legitimate miles per hour.
Oh, well. As we see here, we'll have one more lap under the safety car. One more lap under the safety car. As Thomas Cope goes in. Thomas Cope goes in for his pit stop, which will see him fall down the order, but he will be able to latch onto the back of this train to get underway. They've currently got around about 12 minutes of the stint to go, and as before, we got Steve Pearce and John O'Cook heading out the field. Same. Watch the car coming down the outside there, mate. That was our very own Russ Fowler.
Yeah, I wanted to block him a little bit. You see, I didn't want him to. No passing in the corners, right? Okay, I will announce that the safety car will be in this lap.
Yep.
Safety car will be in this lap. Safety car will be in this lap. Safety car was deployed due to somebody towing to the pits.
Trying to do the jump, but unfortunately missing the jump point and going past the next bend and smacking into a wall.
I was going to mention that. But...
what's Charles for the Americans watching? What's that, Charles? What have you said? I missed what you said beforehand.
I said 100 kilometers per hour.
Oh right, yeah.
Or what it was in miles per hour.
Exactly. For the Americans, yeah. That's right, Charles. Yeah, it definitely is. But again, the second safety car we've had here. Currently 1 hour 48 minutes into this 4-hour race. And yeah, it's going to throw in different strategy calls now. It could mess up a few strategies that they were looking at. But, you know, it's the nature of the beast. You know, you've got to adapt now and see what you can do out on track to be able to do. But it's good for the drivers that are further back. They get the opportunity to close the gaps down to be able to make it a bit more of a race, I suppose. So there's always pros and cons. You can see, I'll say Rudd there for win it or bin it, 46 seconds behind. So we'll be closing the gap up a little bit more. So they're pretty much all on the same lap now. As we'll look back onto Steve Pearce shortly. Let's have a look from the gearbox. See what happens here. And Steve Pearce under the race away. So let's see what he does. He's just holding the field up slightly before the line. And they're away again. So we have the top 5 in a long line. Thomas Cope in 4th, Patrick Wild in 5th, Simeon Motorcliffe in 3rd. And as we were at the end of the last safety car with Steve Pearce and John O'Cook all in a first 1 and 2. So pretty much deja vu for the last safety car. 10 minutes left for this second stint for these drivers. So all for Thomas to try to do. I hope you're feeling okay there, Tom. You know, sounds like a bit of a bad cough.
Yeah. Sorry, it's the long COVID. I think is what it is. It's catching up to me again.
Bless you. Bless you,
Yeah,
Carl.
indeed.
Can't get more time off work, mate. You can't use that. So what are you giving away now?
I don't know. Let's have a little look. What can we give away?
I don't know, but somebody's already put the raffle.
Yeah, Torben put for raffle, but unfortunately the t-shirt raffle had ended. So.
What about a cap? What about a cap? We haven't given away a cap, have we?
Okay, let's give away a cap.
Let's give away a cap.
Clink snapback cap.
There we go. For all you Americans out there, you know, who love their baseball caps. No Stetson.
Okay, we'll get that up and running right away.
There we go. Let's don't say we don't give anything to you wonderful viewers following us on YouTube. If you are liking the broadcast, just give us a little bit of a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed, think about subscribing and click the bell and you'll get all the excellent action that we have in our GT3 League, and you will also get the chaos that will probably ensue in the Clio Cup. Certainly with the sprint rounds being only 15 minutes, but 3 races on a race evening for them guys to get into. So it's going to be fast and frenetic in that Clio Cup. There is spaces still available. Please join our Discord in the link below. And come and join us in the chat over on the Discord channel. And if you fancy it, come and join us on the grid. As we watch here now, Steve Pearce again, just keeping it ahead of John O'Cook, 0.3 of a second. Thomas Cope in 3rd now, with Simeon Motorcliffe down into 4th place for the pit stop. But you can see the top 4 at the moment sort of joined together. Simeon getting just hung out to dry a little bit on the back end of this group, but we'll still get that slipstream effect for the team pit stop. And they haven't got the fastest driver in the car yet, Thomas Wangen, so it's going to be really interesting to see what he can do when he gets into the car. Probably going to, knowing him, it'll probably be the last stint. But then again, if we get a few safety cars, as we watch Thomas Cope going up on the inside here of Jonathan Cook, let's have a look back from the gearbox here. As you can see there, Thomas Cope managing to get around a 125.6, a second quicker than anyone else around him. So really putting the hammer down into this last 8-minute stint that they got. So probably around about another 5 laps of these drivers got left to do out on track. Yeah, as you see, these top 4 pretty much in a procession at the moment. Simeon Moldeklev just trying to hang on to the coattails of John O'Cook into 4th place. But around about 0.4 of a second between Cope and Pierce and John O'Cook and Cope. So it's pretty much interesting. It's going to be interesting for the next round of drivers. Probably weren't expecting to be this close with the rest of the field, but these 4 drivers, after that safety car, still managing to keep with each other. So it's going to be a fast and frenetic out of the pit stop when they come back out for a driver change, and that's going to be a bit of a treacherous time for the brand new drivers. Cold tyres and straight away into the thick of it with these 4 drivers being so close together.
Yeah, agreed. You know, things are starting to heat up now at the front of the race. The safety cars really throw things into the mix, and that's now allowed Russ Fowler as well for the Wallbangers team to get back onto the lead lap. You know, he's only 8 seconds behind his competitor in front. So, I mean, these aren't big gaps, Andy. It's not, you know, it's not a massive amount of distance between these cars. And with the mix-up that's going to happen with different drivers jumping in and out, things are going to get quite spicy.
Yeah, we can see on the track map in the top right-hand corner, you know, probably P8 at the moment for Alan Sandergaard, struggling a little bit in Betty Swallocks. Probably around about a quarter of a lap ahead just of that. You can just see him there coming over Hilltop, coming down into Knickerborough. But the rest of them are relatively close out on track after near enough 2 hours worth of racing. I think their safety car has helped them out, to be fair, and brought them a lot closer together. But that's just the nature of the game. Everyone knew that we had a safety car and live function to be able to sort of do it.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. It does look like we actually have Lewis McAvaney in the waiting room in Discord there. If we can bring him in, we'll have a little chat with him.
Yeah, I'll let you have a little chat, mate.
Lewis, welcome to the booth. Tell us how your race has been going.
Not great, considering the start we had. We did qualify quite high, but we jumped the start, so clawing our way back.
Yeah, we did see that the start lights actually went out incredibly quickly as well, which was quite weird for most of the sessions that we ever have with a standing start. So, what did you guys end up with? A stop and go, I imagine, or a drive through?
Stop and go. We had a 29-second stop and go.
Ouch! Quite a heavy amount. So, but it does look like with the safety cars that we've had, you guys have managed to get sort of back up onto the pack at least and be on at least the lead lap. So, any strategies that you have laying out now between yourself and your teammates?
Yeah, we've been pitting throughout the safety car period, so we're not actually catching up. We're just looking for the future. And obviously, finish position. We think we can still finish within the top 5.
Yeah,
but
a P5 finish would be fantastic for you guys. It's definitely an interesting race. How are you finding the Cadillac?
oh, I'm loving it. I love it. I don't know. It feels different to most of the other cars.
Yeah, we noticed that it certainly doesn't handle well, but it's got a heck of a lot of power. Are you finding any issues with sort of like the tyre wear side of things at the moment?
Not particularly. It's like at the end of my stint, I was struggling with my fronts. I was getting quite a bit of understeer with corner, but other than that, no, not really.
Oh, that's good to hear. We were sort of expecting that the tyre wear would be quite high on these cars because they're not particularly kind as far as the cornering goes, and you're driving on the edge of the limit quite a lot of times. So, but you guys are currently sitting in P6, I believe. So
Yep.
if you can make it up now and get into the top 5, do you think even a top 3 could be possible with the drivers that you still have to come in?
Yeah, 100%. Believe the top 3, if things go our way, is still on the cards. But personally, I think that could be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed you guys can make it happen and get in there. So, congratulations on the position you're in so far. At least you're not miles behind and still within striking distance of a podium.
That's true. We've had a good comeback so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I imagine there'll be more incidents and more safety cars to come. So, but
Hopefully.
yeah, thanks for jumping in with us, Lewis. We really appreciate it. Unless Andy has any questions for you.
No, I think so. I think obviously you've not been able to come into season 2 of the GT3, which is a bit of a shame because you were really showing some pace in this. Are we going to see you shortly on any of the upcoming series?
Oh, 100%. I just couldn't race because I was injured. This is my first race in like 2 months. So.
Oh no way! What was your injury, if you don't mind me asking?
If you remember, I do karate. I was training for a competition and I dislocated my knee.
Not particularly good for driving then.
No, you can't really. You need both your legs to drive, really.
No, you don't.
I mean,
I'll say that, but Andy doesn't have any legs. So you may be arguing with the wrong crowd here. So.
I think you walked right into that one though, Lewis.
I'm so,
Well, cheers, Lewis, and hopefully you'll enjoy the rest of the race, sitting back and just being part of the team.
I hope these happen again. I'm enjoying this so much.
Definitely.
Thanks for the time.
Okay, great.
Bye.
Cheers. I think you need to sort your mic out, Tom, because every time somebody comes in and you talk, you're super low and they're super loud. I'm like a yo-yo on the volume button, trying to make sure we don't deafen our viewers.
Yeah, I know why that is. I'll sort that out for you.
Yeah. Just give us some warning when you've done it, so you don't burst our eardrums on that. But I think Lewis just completely walked into that one where he said, "I can't really do it." In fact, you did. You can't really race without legs. Well, yeah, you can. How do I race? How do I race? Everyone may ask. Well, I use the Podium Advance shifters and use the dual clutch as my accelerator and brake. So yeah, I enjoy it. It's good, and certainly when I beat able-bodied people, it's all the more satisfying. So there we go. Gamer Dad, you have received a 5 race. You're not bitter, are you? Are you, Pops?
You've received a merch entry bag.
5 merch entry bag, like. But no, let's have a look at some of the other teams. Let's try and get Arias in of Spin City. Let's see if I can pull him in. Maybe. Let's just see if I can. There he is.
The volume should be adjusted now.
Yes, we'll see when. Arias, welcome to the comms box, mate. Sorry for dragging you in. Obviously, you seem to got really good grips of this caddy. We saw you on that first stint have an exceptional race. Just talk us through it.
Obviously, these cars are definitely hard to handle, but they're great fun in my opinion. You need to stay focused all the time when driving, especially around Oulton Park. It was stressful trying not to crash for about 1 hour, but it seems like I've done well.
Yeah, you certainly had the pace. I mean, we were looking at your lap times, 125s, chopping into the top 126s. It's interesting as we're now just watching a couple of the cars coming in for their second driver chain. How are you enjoying this sort of setup from the usual hustle and bustle of the league racing to have a little bit of a fun race halfway through the season? Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, it's honestly great. It's fun. It's, I guess, calming in one way because there's not much stress around us. You're just racing for fun, trying to beat the other teams.
I suppose there's also as well is meeting the other drivers. Obviously, you drive on there. We have the pit stops where you get to see a few of the other drivers and hear them. But also now being in a part of a team that you probably wouldn't speak to on the track. I suppose that's quite good as well.
It's very fun to just communicate with the other drivers. Like, you don't know how skillful they are. It's nice to see how other people drive as well. It's fun knowing that the other people who are just random people that you can have fun with, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely. So obviously you had a great first one, Steve. Steve's had a great second run. It puts you in a good spot now to go on. You've got Leaking McGee, who's topping out the pro field, extremely fast driver, and obviously Sam Curran still yet to come up in the round. You must be quite hopeful for a decent finishing position.
Definitely, we're going to try to chase down second and first, and hopefully manage to get the win.
Yeah, it definitely is, mate. But thanks for joining us, and I'll put you back into your chat, and you can speak to the ones that have obviously changed over now. But thanks for joining us, mate, and I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
That's one nice thing to see, isn't it? That people are thoroughly enjoying not only the GT3 Season 2 and Season 1 that we put on, but people are really enjoying the sort of breather that they're getting mid-season in order to relax and have some fun and, you know, meet some new drivers and just get out on track and, as you said, Andy, you know, just do what people love, which is racing.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we have tried to do with this league. You know, that we've tried to make it as inclusive as we physically can do, listening to the drivers for what they want in a season. You know, taking their advice, because at the end of the day, you know, we want to make it really enjoyable for the guys. We look at obviously the races. Once the drivers have been with the series a couple of times, we know how fast they are, but obviously when you're starting up a new league, and many other people will know this, is that it's hard to put people into the right categories, because it only bases it off iRacing, really, and you can look at the history of the cars they've driven, but you know, you're still making an assumption. But what we try to do here is, you know, with the inclusion of a fourth class, the rookie class, which I'll get onto in a minute, is that we try to keep the points so nobody can be like a seal clubber, as I like to call them, and be up fighting with the pros and scoring massive points over their class. If they're constantly up there, then they can get moved up a class or down a class, depending on us. Jonathan, we're having a slight mistake here coming around Nickelbrook, getting it slightly wrong. Covered it well, just lost a little bit of time, so that will hurt a little bit of the caddy power, but at least no damage was done. But yeah, we tried to make it inclusive. It's like this event here. We think that 12 rounds, it can be quite stressful on drivers, and it's nice to have that little bit of a break. You know, a lot of drivers don't like just to have a break and do nothing. They're always itching to get out on track. So with the inclusion of this little fun race midway season in a car that probably would never think of driving, it's like Arias said there, it's just enabling the drivers to have a little bit of a break. Also get to know that other drivers are doing it, and I think that has been really good with the inclusion of sort of like the pit stop, you know, being blatantly honest and open about the penalties, how we're coming to the decision, you know, has made it less toxic in the Discord chat, and everyone just gets on with it. I think it's been a really good community of drivers that we've got.
Yeah, you know, it's yourself and myself, we've both been in different leagues where things do turn toxic quite quickly because there's no explanation of things, and it's understandable, you know. I mean, people are racing hard and they want to put in the practice and drive hard and get wins, you know. But we don't want people to be put off by being either a rookie or by being a high pro. And we've got some pros in our league which are incredibly high rating. We've got some rookies which are just starting out, but there's a place for everybody in our league, and that's why we do the points in the championship the way that we do it, in order to make it inclusive for everybody. So you know, it's I believe it's one of the better leagues out there, and we seem to get a lot of the same thing from the drivers as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, the biggest thing for a league is, if you're doing it well, is watching Jonathan Weir there really pushing that caddy to that absolute limit at the moment. Just needs to probably calm down a little bit, because he's a bit squirrely, is Jonathan there in third place. Got Keo Larson, the pro driver, behind him, the team captain of his team there. Team Last Minute, just putting a little bit of pressure under Jonathan to make a mistake. So Jonathan, who is our rookie driver, Just basically probably needs to let the pro driver and just latch onto the back of him, because at the moment I think he's driving that car a little bit too hard and he's going to possibly come a cropper if he's not careful. But yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, and one of the things I really pride our league on, is having that rookie class. So a lot of people think, well, you know, 4 classes, isn't that a bit excessive? Well, I don't think it is, because if you look at AM drivers, the AM flip and split in a lot of other leagues, you know, can be up to 2k. Now, 2k is not an amateur driver or an AM driver, but because the Iracing splits within the leagues doesn't allow for that split, so the AM class sort of almost becomes a mini pro-am rookie field, and the lower I rating drivers have got nothing to fight for, so the drivers sort of on a 12-round season would probably lose a lot of interest in that. But what we try to do here is, by having that 4th class, it gives them, the people the lower I raters, say 1300 or below, gives them the opportunity for fight for something and possibly get a trophy and everything like that. I mean, poor Joseph Clift is probably a classic one. I think last season the rookie championship that he won in season 1 of the GT3 Cup was his first winning trophy in all the leagues, and I've seen Paul in a lot of leagues. As we see Jonathan there just moving out the way and just letting Kettiel through, which is probably a wise decision.
It does look like the Iracing Mantis team, they have had to go back to the pits because their car has crashed.
Let's have a look here.
And we also have a couple of protests that have now been put in as well.
Okay, let's have a look. Sam Curran, yes it is. Let's have a look at what happened to the Spin City, doing exceptionally well. Coming up to Druids. Wow, hit that curb, just offset the cars. Oh no. Slams into the wall and hits it out on track. Okay, let's get the safety car out, please. Safety car out.
Safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed.
So that was an exceptionally hard crash there. Obviously blocking the track, a lot of debris, so that will need to be cleaned up. So we have Tom, who's getting in lots of time out front in the wonderfully liveried Aston Martin Vanquish. What a GT4 car. Beautiful looking car, isn't it? It's like the Mac car I like.
Yeah, it's lovely. It sounds good as well.
It certainly
it's
is.
certainly a nice ride.
Certainly is. Why is... Oh, he is. Altairud is in the lead of this race for Win It or Bin It, and Casper there in 2nd place. There's probably more action in this game of Dad than there is in the F1, because if it's past the first lap, then you're alright. But it's Miami, isn't it? A street circuit, so there might be some carnage going on in there. So, I'm just having a look, because it's saying Altairud is in the lead. He is now pitting. So if he gets out, so just looking at this, because if Altair gets out and races ahead, he's going to be a lap above everybody. So we're just going to have a look at this. We'll bring you in a minute, John. Don't you worry about that, mate.
We will also take a look at the protests that have been.
Right. Do you want to say to all the drivers to pass you to come back up, because Altair's out of the pits and will be a lap ahead of everyone. So you just want to tell all the drivers to overtake and join back onto the queue of Altairud.
Okay. All drivers, please pass the safety car. All drivers, please pass the safety car, and then latch onto the back of the train, which will be Altairud at the front of the line.
Look at that. Don't say we're not good.
Oh, I know. Just like clockwork.
That's a great. I mean, win it or bin it. I mean, they were nowhere. Now look at them. They're leading the race. I mean, it's just sometimes, you know, the strategist book just gets thrown out the window, doesn't it? You know, you look at these races and it is, and you know, safety cars just throw a massive spanner and gives opportunity. You know, the win it or bin it team were well out of this, and now all of a sudden they're currently going to be leading the race. It's just...
Question is now: is it safety car for the Clio Cup?
It's only 15-minute
Probably,
races, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say probably not for the Smash and Dash Clios.
We will be in there. Let's have a look and get a few drivers in. Let's get Jono in. Hi, Jono. Welcome to the booth. You impatient person, you.
I've been in this queue for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll just have to turn you down, Tom. Don't speak because you're going to be super quiet. Yeah, mate, obviously a great stint from you. Under pressure a bit from Thomas Cope for the last half of that race, but really brought it home to be able to do. So it's a great recovery back from yourself. How was driving in it for you, mate?
Yeah, the caddy felt really good. Probably the only thing disappointing on my stint, I think, was changing the tyres. Tyres felt really good, and as soon as I changed that's when I had my spin at the last corner, just having the cold tyres. So, yeah, but other than that, my pace is really consistent, and yeah, I was really happy to get stuck in with getting into the lead and then trying to defend it from Mr. Cope.
Definitely was. I mean, obviously you must have been feeling the pressure behind you, but what's it like driving the caddy for an hour along Oulton Park?
Yeah, quite physical. It's I think calling it a boat to drive would almost be a compliment. We sort of compared it to the Titanic. That's how bad it was. It's can't steer.
Unsinkable.
But no, it is really good, and around this track is absolutely mega. You know, it's got so much power, and I would say it's got a fair amount of downforce, and then this track is, you know, bumpy and is fast. So yeah, it's a really good combination, I think.
I suppose it challenges you, doesn't it, from the older the GT3 cars, a car that you've probably never really driven before around a track that you probably know inside out. So it's I suppose it's a good combination and a good challenge for you drivers midway through a taxing season.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So, yeah, take my focus away, and then now I've got 2 Hockenheim races coming up, so I think I'll be getting very friendly with Hockenheim for the next 2 weeks. So, yeah.
I'm sure.
It is a great track, yeah.
It'd be a great. I thought that'd be a good track for this caddy, actually, the Hockenheim ring. But you know, your team's doing well, mate. You're up there, and now with this safety car, literally the whole field is going to be brought back together again. So, what are you guys thinking about the safety car? I think it adds a good dimension to it.
Yeah, I think the safety car probably saved me from my spin because I was able to then catch back up to Thomas Cope and Steve Pearce. So I don't think we've used it or been fortunate enough to sort of get the free pit stop from going in the pit lane, but it has at least brought us back in the game, I think, after my spin. So yeah, now we're just passed over to the other Jonathan, and hopefully he can just bring it home nice and safe. So.
Yeah, so we've obviously just tipped over the 2 hours. 2 drivers left. It's all going to be down to the safety cars, where people are pitting, and the drivers that we got left.
Yep, yeah, definitely, yeah. So we got Kim for our last stint as well. So I have great faith in him that he'll be similar pace to me, and he'll be able to bring it home solidly. But we still got Mr. Wangen to go last, and we know how quick he is. So I don't think we can rule out their team, even if they are a few cars behind. So
very true.
Yeah.
But thanks for joining us, mate. You go back and enjoy, obviously change your top, have a beer or a cup of tea and a biscuit, and enjoy the race, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Cheers, guys, for hosting this.
Cheers, mate. Catch you later.
Bye.
Let's bring Mr. Cope in. Mr. Cope, welcome to the booth, mate. A great second stint there from yourself. I'm assuming it was yourself and not Grant. How was the car driving for you, mate?
It felt alright. Obviously, I had the mistake right at the start of the stint.
I just need to cut across you boys 1 second. Sorry to interrupt. Safety car will be in this lap. Safety car will be in this lap. Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Can't put yourself on mute, you know, and just carry on. Jesus, I don't know.
What, while driving? Do you really?
It's a supreme overload, isn't it? So
You're doing 100 k's an hour, mate. You're not exactly going full throttle. Jesus.
Every time you bring up the replay, the whole screen goes black.
Oh, I know that for next time. Oh, wow. Okay, so we've got Team Win It to Bin It coming in. That's very unusual. Why they've coming in for a pit stop, I do not know. That is a miscalculation there for that team. They were leading. Michael Goff has come into the pits. But anyway, mate.
That's the pit stop team. Coming
Pit stop, yeah. Very strange.
Win It to Bin It are still in front of us at the moment.
They are indeed. Sorry, you are right. It is the pit stop team.
Similar colours.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, where were we, mate? Before we were rudely interrupted by the driver that can't multitask. Yeah. So how have you enjoyed driving around the caddy around Oulton Park?
It's difficult. I know. I was talking to Jono Cook before he got dragged up here. It does drive like a boat. It's not an easy car to drive. It's very much a raw car. There's not much to it in terms of assists to help you drive the car. You've just got to be very patient getting on the throttle. It is very liable to spinning on the rear, just because it's got so much power in it. So yeah, it's fun to drive, and it's a fun track to drive it on as well. I do like Oulton Park. So
obviously, you've not really raced in a lot of the races this season, GT2. Obviously, involved in a lot of other high-profile races, which we can completely understand. But, you know, it's been really good still having you a part of the team, obviously doing our photos for each of the round that the guys really seem to enjoy doing it. But I suppose you're going to look at season 3 when your calendar might be a little bit lighter to come back and try and get that trophy that you always want.
Yeah, 100%. I am looking at getting back in and doing a full season again like I did season 1 and putting 100% focus in. I penciled in the potential for a couple of rounds in the backside of season 2 because a few of the leagues have now finished. We had the final round today of one of the leagues. The Push Cup GB is now finished, so my calendar has very much freed up again. So hopefully we'll be back out on track again this season for a few more rounds at least.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to see you out on the track mixing it up with all your teammates and all your co-competitors. But, I mean, just looking at the season as a whole, Thomas Wangen has sort of taken it by the throat. In fact, the IGL Coulton's team, you got Thomas and you got Niels at the front end of the pro field. Extremely quick drivers. And obviously, I'm normally used to seeing Thomas and Niels in the Porsche Cup car. But they seem to be able to throw the hand quite easily at the GT3s.
Yeah, Thomas is a very good driver. I've raced against him quite a bit. And not just in the Porsche Cup, in a few other cars as well. He is very solid and he's talented all across the board, really. So it was nice to see that he's adapted very well to the GT3 and he's putting out some really good pace through the championship. And obviously, yeah, the IGL, I mean, they've got so many cars on the grid. And all of them are very competitive up in that pro field. So it was no doubt you're going to see a lot of them up in the front of the field really mixing up.
Definitely are. But looking at it at the moment, Casper's doing a great little stint, managed to get past out a Rudd of Win It or Bin It team, and is currently leading this way with 1.4 second lead. So really putting the hammer down here. And again, the safety cars. We asked Jono what he thought of it. What do you think of the safety cars as an addition into this setup?
It definitely helped my team. Obviously, I had the big mistake on my opening lap again in the car, just because I've not been able to practice too much in the lead up to the event. But yeah, it really helped us not really fall behind and fall out of touch with the rest of the pack. All these other safety cars have kind of fallen in a bit of play for us in terms of working our strategy around and being able to save the fuel where we needed to and really hit that hour mark with very little pit stops in addition. Personally, obviously for our team, because it's going well, I'd say it's good in the long run. If it plays out for you, you think it's good. If it's not playing in your favour, then you think it's bad. As a bit of the way it always falls, really, isn't it?
It is, but I suppose from a spectacle point of view, only having 8 cars on the grid, people probably thought this was going to be a super boring race. But it's been anything but. You know, we've had a couple of incidents, and with a couple of 3 safety cars that we've had so far, I mean, this one here has been probably the biggest, where it's brought the whole field back together again, and that's what we want to see, and the viewers want to see, is decent racing out on track, and yeah, having all the 8 cars on the same lap, all in relatively close proximity to each other, bodes quite well for the racing. How have you enjoyed this mid-season, although it's not really a rest, but it might be a rest from the other leagues that you have? How have you enjoyed it, Thomas?
I've very much enjoyed it. I've been working with the guys, trying to get them up to speed as much as I can where I have been able to, and I'm really enjoying the time with new people, and mixing it up with probably people I've never actually spoken to. I've spoken to a bit of Casper in text, but never ever in voice, and same with Gordon. It really changes how you look at the drivers on the field when you actually get to speak to them as well, and just their work ethic as well. I mean, Gordon and Casper, I've probably tripled the amount of practice that I've been able to leading up to this event. So it's been fun watching them progress, and obviously seeing how Gordon did in that first stint. I mean, the start he had was just absolutely mega off the charts. And then Casper right now is really doing well at the front of the field where I think he belongs. I think he's got some really good pace, but as a whole, as a break, obviously for me it's not really a mid-season, because obviously I'm not being able to do the performance link, but in general, like, because I had the free weekend and I could compete at this event, it has really helped me just to enjoy racing again and have a bit of fun and have a relaxing weekend where I don't want to focus on winning as such. I just want to have a enjoying time with a couple of guys I've never really talked to, and really almost fall in love with racing again.
I think that's what it is, isn't it? We all started the iRacing for the enjoyment of it. It gets sometimes it gets almost a bit monotonous when you're constantly on it all the time, trying to get them couple of tenths of a second. And when you have sort of events like this, in my eyes anyway, it refreshes you, having a bit of a laugh, meeting people, like you said, of people you never normally talk to in a team scenario, being that they're all in different teams, and it's good. Like you probably rightly put it, it refreshes yourself when you going on it. But no, your team's doing exceptionally well at the moment. Looks like Lars Sorensen is catching up Casper in that second place. So you know, you may not have it all your own way, but you've got Grant next, who's a late arrival for your team, and he should do quite well, I would imagine.
Yeah, hopefully Grant. I mean, he's been practicing all day running up to the event now. Obviously, unfortunate circumstances, I'm happy I talked about it and brought it up, so everyone on air can hear exactly what is the situation. But Grant will unfortunately have to run under my name, so don't get anyone mixed up with who's driving. It is Grant driving. I mean, if anyone wants a picture, I'll be out on the sofa watching the rest of the event, so I can very much supply a photo of me not racing, just to prove that it is Grant and not myself, if anyone's curious.
Yeah, well, you seem to be the weakest link in that team anyway, mate, to be honest.
Well, with the big crash, 100%, yeah.
But anyway, thanks for joining us. At least you've not got a 40-second drive-through penalty, mate. That's one bonus.
Yeah, 100%.
Cool.
Look on the bright side, right?
Exactly, mate. Exactly. There's always a bright side. But thanks for joining us, Thomas, and enjoy the rest of the race, mate.
Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers, mate. There was Thomas there, the team coach for Can't Cope. But we've been watching Leah Anderson there having a slight issue coming through Cascades. Just a little bit about Leah is she's just joined the Clio Cup. Was very interested in racing in this event. Pretty much got the spot this morning, actually. So she's only had a day's worth of training to try and get out. So she's doing an exceptional job. Currently in P7 for Betty Swallock's team. Daniel, see, I've not messed up so far. Neither has Tom. So your ploy has failed at the moment, I should say. It's still a little bit to go, an hour and a half left to go, so only knows. But no, she's doing exceptionally well. One of the Clio Cup drivers for the upcoming season, so it's going to be interesting to see. And she's putting Sam Curran there under a lot of pressure. Is that a lap? Spin
we
City?
Just had a message on YouTube. Car off last? Question mark. So we'll just see if we've had a
Let's
car
have
go back to pits.
let's have a look. I think it is Sam Curran. That's the driver she's coming up against. Let's have a look. Oh, it's this carbon copy. Oh, yes.
Now, is that safety car?
Yes, it is.
That is a safety car.
That
Okey-dokey.
is a... In fact, wait a minute. Is that the incident we had earlier? I think it was. When was that? An hour and 7 minutes. So, how long ago was that? No, that was 20 minutes. Yeah, that was the safety car that we had before, mate. Not seeing him off.
Last versus Casper, apparently. Casper's now down to 7.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this incident.
We'll just have a look and see if we can confirm that.
There's Casper going into the pits. Lass is continuing on. Can't see any. It's definitely not that one.
There is damage on the front left corner of the car.
It's certainly not there. I'm just having a look. Came back on track. Is it this one? Let's have a look. Side by side here, coming up into Druid.
Limit.
Ooh. That is not a safety car, that is hard racing. That may be an incident, but it's not a safety car, that one.
The lap before Casper hit. So
Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, it's this lap. It'd be that incident there.
Yeah, so incident with no safety car required. Okay, I'll stand down.
You stand down. You were loving it then, weren't you?
Oh man, I was so excited. I'm happy already. I'd even moved my keyboard.
That could be a penalty. You're looking into a few penalty, aren't you? Have we come to any decisions yet?
Yeah, I'm just having a little look.
So Leah's doing an exceptional job. Let's have a look back at Ketiel Larson, who has a bit of pressure from Lance Sorensen from behind here. And Casper, unfortunately, down to 7 places we see there after that incident there with Lass. Wasn't a safety car, but there's still the option of the protest if they feel aggrieved by that. Which my ever-faithful sidekick, Mr. Bingham, will be looking at it.
I'm working, mate, I'm working.
Just you just look at that, Pops. So there's Ketiel there. Lance Sorensen has come into the pits from Warbangers from 3rd place to take his pit stop. So let's have a rundown of the pits. So Oulton Rudd out front will win it and bin it. They've had 7 stops in this race. Now, all at the beginning and end, they are currently leading it on 7. So they're leading the race and leading the pit stops for 7. 2nd place, Ketiel Larson, last minute, has 5 stops to their name at the moment. Currently 3.9 seconds behind Oulton Rudd in 1st place. Jonathan Wiener in Caddy Power, they've had 4 stops. So the least team, get it out there. The team that has the least pit stops currently riding in 3rd place. Leah Anderson in Betty Swallock's team, they're in 4th place. Overall, they've had 6 stops. Spin City with Sam Curran in P5, but a second behind Leah. has currently had 5 stops. Casper Tusser with Can't Cope has 6 stops. Certainly a racy one. Obviously just took an unexpected one before. Michael Goff, currently the pit stop team in 6 pit stops in 7th, down 6 places from their start. And Lance Sorensen, who has been in for his pits for this session, is currently down in 8th place. So he will probably make inroad into the field because he's already done his stop for this stint. So amazing how the change of fortunes can happen, though, with the winner or Binnett team, 7 pit stops and currently in the lead.
I'm just looking into these penalties now.
Okay. I'll let you go on, and I'll carry on speaking. So.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. You know, I know you can't do 2 things at once. 100k an hour. Bingham, we're going to call you.
Yes.
But Leah Williams has managed to make her way up into 3rd place for Betty Swallows. Doing an exceptional race, to be honest, considering that she's only got into the car this morning. What are her lap times? Around about 1:28. So, I mean, I'm just looking down the lap times for the last one. The leaders are doing 1:27s. Then Leah's doing 1:28s. Then it goes to 1:29s. And then for Casper and Michael, who are very much on catch-up, is 1:27. So it is a... Yeah... Trying to sort out, I think Tom was probably a little bit away from his mic. That's why we probably couldn't hear him. He's busy looking at the penalties that you guys are putting in. So good, but no, it's good to see that pretty much every single car is on the lead lap. You can sort of see by the timing tower, the gaps are not absolutely massive, which pays well for the last set of drivers that come in. Now, Thomas Wangen, you're probably rubbing your hands considering you're the last driver for that team. I'm just looking at Team 2. Is going to be Patrick. So Patrick will be last in. So that'll be interesting to see on that. So he's currently leading out of the way. He'll be the last driver in. Daniel Seji will be the last driver in for Team 3 for Betty Swallows. Thomas Wangen for Team 4. Spin City will be Lee King McGee. Team 6 for the Warbangers will be Tom Savage. Team 7 will be Kim Andre Borkland. Team 8 last minute will be Paul Joseph Klist. So it's going to be interesting. And obviously Team 1 will be Grant Yingling. So that's going to be an interesting last stint with... quite a few of the pro drivers. Paul, you're probably a little bit worried now being in the field with probably a pretty much strong field out in the rest of the teams. But don't be disheartened, mate. Keep it going. I know you will anyway. But doing exceptionally well and currently in 2nd place at the moment. So if we don't have any more safety cars... then you could have a decent gap and be good to see what you can do with the rest of them trying to chase you down, Paul. So that will be interesting. So it's going to be interesting for the last stint. We've currently got 25 minutes, so we go into the last hour stints from the drivers. And some of the big names of the league are still coming up. We've got Daniel Sedgley, Thomas Wangen, Patrick Thompson, who's not been in season 2, but we saw how fast he was in season 1, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do on that last stint. But we've still got 25 minutes left to go till we get to that stage. Still rounds of pit stops that the drivers will have to do, so it's going to be it's not over next. And obviously Lance Sorensen is currently down in P8. He has already pitted in his stint. He's starting to pull out 1:26 lap time, so closing in on the rest of the field, 7.3 seconds behind Michael, and consistently lapping around about 1.2 seconds a lap faster. So given 25 minutes and the fact that they got pit stops, Lance Sorensen of Wallbangers will certainly be towards the front end, handing over to their last drivers. So it's going to be interesting. I think have we got an onboard of Lance? No, we haven't. Normally have one of him, but he's not joined us today. But yeah, he's certainly getting his pedal to the metal. We got Sam Curran, who's currently the leader in the rookie field at the helm of the Spin City car. He's had an exceptional season in that rookie class, having a really good battle with Nicholas Gronstrom and Paul Joseph Clist at the top of the AM battle. So that's certainly one to be looking forward to going into the final 6 rounds of the GT3 Cup. We've got Alte Rudd, who seems to be starting to come on strong now in the second half of the season. We sometimes see that from drivers. Alte was not, probably even by his own, under his own estimates, wasn't that quick in the opening rounds, but since I think it was Monza, he got pole position there, his first pole position, sort of slightly messed it up a bit on there, but certainly showed that he's got the pace, and since then has started to come on strong. So I'm expecting big things from Alte Rudd in the second half of the season. Currently in P1, 1.6 seconds ahead of the pro driver of Ketil Larsen last minute. Ketil's not probably had the best of season by his standards in that pro championship, but exceptionally quick driver and a part of that IGL Coatings team that Thomas was mentioning when he came in for the interview. Extremely strong team. You got the likes of Thomas Wagner, Neil-Erik Isaacson, Lars Sorensen, many other big drivers that we've had, and Ketil was a part of that outfit. So always getting the good inside information from the rest of the team on him. Looking forward to seeing what Leah can do in that Clio Cup. She's certainly got the pace here in the faster V8s. Might be a different set of ball game when it comes to the Clio Cup being a slower car. You've got to be more methodical. It's very much like the Mazdas. So therefore, you've got to make sure that you carry your speed. Whereas in these faster V8 cars, you sort of can negate that with the torque that these cars have, so it makes it extremely quick. And then we got Casper, who's forever wanting to get put down into the AMs. I think he's currently third, in the Pro Am field, but I mean that competition this season, the Pro Am, is probably the one that's really excited me the most. There's constantly a big train of Pro-Am drivers to get the race wins in each round. I think that's probably the hotly contested one, with Lee King McGee at the moment heading out the pro field. And it's going to be interesting to see, because he's going to have that bullseye on his back to see if the rest of the Pro-Ams can sort of chase him back. But it's been really good to see some of the drivers coming on leaps and bounds in this championship and really enjoying it. John O'Cook, as we mentioned, didn't have the best of starts to the GT3 season here in Season 2, but has now sort of found his form and found his feet a little bit with changing his car, getting that car and that experience under his belt, and expecting good things from quite a few of the field in its entirety. So it's good, but obviously that's more about the GT3s. It's more about this one, the Caddy 4-hour endurance special.
The penalties have now been reviewed.
Okay.
And things are seriously going to get mixed up here, because we have a drive-through penalty for wall bangers, a drive-through penalty for Can't Coat, and a drive-through penalty for Spin City.
Okay.
So I shall announce those now, and we will keep an eye to make sure that they do as they're told.
Yeah, just make sure, just within the next 3 laps, mate, like a black flag, they've got to serve it.
Yep. Attention drivers. Team Wallbangers have a drive-through penalty. That is a drive-through penalty. It must be served within the next 3 laps. Team Can't Cope have a drive-through penalty that must be served within the next 3 laps. And Spin City also have a drive-through penalty that must be served in the next 3 laps. Thank you.
That will certainly mix it up a little bit at the top end. Certainly as Lance Harrison was really on a charge there. Obviously, was that the incident with himself and Casper?
Yeah, so the incidents were the win it or bin it against Wallbangers. It was the car. He was driving with a meatball flag, the Wallbangers car, and he was weaving around blocking. The can't cope was turn 1 off-track overtake, and against Spin City it was a punt on the last turn, and the other car did leave plenty of room for him to get a pass, but yeah, there was contact and he spun out the other driver. So
definitely is. So there's 3 drivers with drive-through penalties to take as well. Coming to the last 18 minutes of their stint, we'll certainly spin it out. Obviously, pit stop with Thomas Wangen next. I'm just looking at can't cope, so they'll take that. So the top 4 should be last minute. Win it or bin it. Betty Swallocks with Lee Anderson and Michael Goff, because you've got Can't Cope that needs to do a drive-through. Spin City and Wallbangers, as we just watched last coming through for his pit lane drive-through penalty. So there's 1 chalked off, mate. Seems like an eternity, doesn't it, going through on the pit limiter.
And it's not even a long pit.
No, imagine the likes of I don't know, Fuji or something like that getting a drive-through on that one. That'd be painful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So, win it and did win it and bin it get a drive-through? Did you say as well?
No, no.
No. So basically, it was Casper. We're looking how he is right on the back end now of Leah there from Betty Swallocks, but does have that drive-through penalty. So, yeah, we'll get out an opportunity there to take that 3rd place, but unfortunately he's going to have to do that drive-through penalty. Just looking at the gap, he will lose a place to Michael Goff, who's currently in P5. I haven't really spoken a lot about Michael, to be fair. He's just been minding his own business, just merrily going around, and is going to pick up. As we can see there, Casper's gone in for his drive-through penalty, so there should be a positional change for Michael. Yeah, we've seen that, Owen.
So just to announce as well, our latest merch giveaway has now ended.
Oh,
this is for a Performance Link snapback cap. So, drum roll. The winner is, it better not be Gamer Dad, otherwise I'm going to It is Julie Tunstead.
There we go. Congratulations, Julie.
Of a Performance Link cap.
There you go. You don't need a shower cap anymore. You can come out of the shower, put your cap on, look snazzy in your Performance Link top, and away you go. There you go. Awesome. So, cap coming its way to you, Julie. So, coming into the last 15 minutes of stint number 3 here in this 4-hour Caddy Endurance Special, sponsored by Olympus Esports. So, a big thank you for them again to putting up the prize money for this event, and suggesting that they wanted to get involved with us. It's been a great addition to have the Olympus Esports alongside us here at Performance Link. Like I said, Thomas Cope does all the photography for all the rounds for him. So if you want to look at his, just look for Simography, or just hit up Thomas Cope in the Discord, and you can do exactly the same for your leagues at a very reasonable price. So just go along and see him, as that's going to be good. I think Pops is not happy. Has Pops won anything?
No, not yet.
Has he not? I feel sorry for him, sort of. If it wasn't for the fact that he called me Shrek, I might give him a mug. But he called me Shrek, so he ain't getting one. No, not you, Gamer Dad, this time. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, mate. So, have we had... so we've had Casper's gone through. Spin City, yep, they have all served their pit lanes. So just give you a rundown of the teams at the moment. We've got Last Minute in first place, Win It or Bin It in second, Betty Swallocks in third, Pit Stop in fourth, Can't Cope in fifth, Caddy Power in sixth, Wallbangers in seventh, and Spin City in eighth. So all still on the lead lap. You can see there's a little bit of a gap between second and third, but then it's around about 7 seconds apart from Lance Sorensen. Let's have a look at Last and let's go on board with him as he tries to go on. Great exit out of that corner. It's a drag race here down into Lodge Corner, getting that inside line. Really needs to make sure he stops that car. Great corner there and a great exit speed. Lovely overtake there done on Jonathan as Jonathan comes into the pits for what will be a splash and dash for him. 2 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah, fantastic driving there, but we do have one of the big guns coming up for his stint soon, which is our GT3 Season 2 current champion leader, and a leader by a decent stretch, Thomas Wangan. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can do for his team and see what happens with as far as the lead goes.
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, he's got, 26 seconds? No, that's 31... 32, yeah, 32 seconds to try and make up. And that's if we don't get any more safety cars. If we get some more safety cars, it'll just back all the field up. So you never know what's going to happen here in this race. We've only got an hour and 12 minutes left of this 4-hour race. It's been entertaining, hasn't it, Tom? You know, I thought 4 hours might be quite long for us to chew the fat, but yeah, I think it's going quite well at the moment.
Yeah, plenty of action on track, and with that safety car and the drive-through penalties, it's really mixed things up. So we've got quite a lot of drivers that are still fairly close, and with the safety car potential, it's still anybody's race. I mean, we've got some strong drivers and some weaker drivers coming in, so it's going to be interesting. As we always say, it's not over till it's over.
Exactly, it is. But let's see if we can pull. Let's see if we can pull in. Who should we have a chat with? Let's have a look at. Who haven't we had in yet? Win It or Bin It. We haven't had Win It or Bin It in. Let's get them. Let's see if we can hoik them up the order to get in. Hi Patrick, welcome to the comms booth, mate. Obviously a latecomer into this mid-season special. Obviously going to look forward to seeing you in the car shortly. How are you looking forward to getting in and driving this beast?
I will be very honest, I'm not looking forward to it, but I will definitely go out there and try my best.
Your team's done really well at the moment, currently up the front end of the grid, certainly after your probably forgetful first couple of stints, but I suppose you've been the one that's really profited out of the safety cars.
Yeah, so we tried our best to just try strategy, taking big risks, pitting weirdly under the safety car and getting some fuel in whenever everyone else was parked behind the safety car, and somehow, some way we made it work out and are now, by the hand of God, in one of the top positions. So definitely looking forward to the last hour of the race.
Well, you certainly can, and you're going to live up to your team name. It's either Win It or Bin It. I think it's all down to you. Being the team captain who came up with that name, it's certainly going to be apt for you in the last stint, isn't it?
Oh yeah. As you said, there's either going to be a win or we will just take the car and put it in the bin. There's no in between.
Oh, great. Obviously, we've missed you here in Performance Link for season 2. Are we going to see you back in the next season?
Yeah. So I had some moving to do, and also after I've moved, I've gotten a completely new setup. So now I actually have a rig and I have some load cell pedals and a nice DD base. So I think when I get used to this, I'm ready for season 3 and try and make a comeback.
Well, I mean, obviously, it sounds like you've gone completely over the dark side now. Spent loads of money on a rig, and you know that should gain you a couple of tenths. But if you get a performance link T-shirt, I've heard that gives you a second a lap on your time, mate. So that's something else to look into investing in is a performance link T-shirt.
Oh, without a doubt, they are a true gainer on time. I have actually heard if you take it and you couple it with a legendary cap, you get up to 2 seconds shaved off your time.
Easily.
Whoa.
Easily.
Easily, yeah.
So obviously, with you taking the last stint, have you got some big valuable insight for the rest of your teammates on what to do and what not to do?
Well, coming into the race, we are probably one of the teams who have actually done the least amount of practice because of real life callings. So I just set out on this venture with the team, telling them, whatever you do, just keep the car on the track. We don't care about going fast. We care about staying on the track and ensuring that we don't run into stupid problems.
Exactly that is, mate. You know, but how have you enjoyed it on obviously being in a team with drivers that you're probably not used to driving? Have you enjoyed it, meeting the other drivers and having a chat and a bit of banter, being on the same team?
Oh yeah, for sure. Atley is a new addition to this season, but I have obviously had clashes with Lewis and Sander from the previous season, and man, I can tell you this is without a doubt the best team you can have. They are 3 lovely guys who are just the most amazing people.
Well, that's nice of you to say that, Patrick. But we'll let you get ready, mate, because obviously you'll be getting in the car in 7 minutes. But good luck on your last stints, and we'll see what you can do.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. I'll try and put you down into your team. There we go. No, I can't put him down. It's too far down the sheet. It doesn't move down. But yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what Patrick can do in the last stints. You know, we've seen him in the first season himself. I forgot the German driver. What was his name? Michael Hooper. You know, those two are having an exceptional battle in that season 1. You know, and both very much mixing it up in there, and it's going to be interesting. I need 20 seconds a lap. I don't think you're going to get that, Lee. In a YouTube chat. Oh. But no, it's. I think one of the resounding things about this event, you know, 4 hours. People may say, well, it's quite long. Yeah, it is long. But the drivers are only driving an hour stints, but it gives a good opportunity, I think, to chat to the other drivers on the field, to get to know them a little bit more, rather than just seeing pixels on a computer screen and then the occasional rage on the voice chat or whatever. But it's always nice for the drivers to get to know other people, and you just make the community that much bigger, don't you?
Yeah, I actually recently did a 6-hour endurance race with Jens Goosens and Yves Frederick and Daniel Carter, guys that obviously you know from other leagues that we've been in. And I mean, Jens even said to me, you know, it's funny that he and I were battling side by side in some previous leagues that we've been in, and now we're racing on the same team, which was, you know, it's exactly what it is. You want to meet these people and have a chat with them, and we're all doing the same thing for the same love of the sport, and it's, you know, it's nothing better than being able to communicate with, you know, friend or foe at the end of the day. So, and now we see that Jens and Daniel Carter and Yves Frederick, I believe, have all now signed up to the Clio Cup. So it's you know, it's nice to have a chat with them and nice to see them coming on the grid with us for the Clio season. So very, very fast and capable drivers, and it's going to make that mid pack even more spicy.
It certainly is, you know, and that's what it's all about. It's like me and you, Tom, you know. I remember us meeting, I think it was 2021 in the Race of Remembrance. Yeah, Race of Remembrance on iRacing. Completely different teams. Afterwards, we just started chatting, came and joined you guys over in Performance Link, and yeah, just gone from strength to strength, and we just decided to have an idea. You know what? Let's have a go at doing a league. I'm sure we can do a good job of it, and here we are into our second season of the GT3. and starting a brand new Clio Cup. So it's just going strength for strength at the moment, and getting a real good community base around, but behind us.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we want to grow, and you know, seeing the amount of you know, we've got, I think it's coming towards 300 members now in our Discord. So it's you know, it's lovely to see all the people jumping in and the support and all the new subscribers we get, and you know, just growing things from the very beginning and doing it our way, and hopefully a way that that the other drivers appreciate, and it seems that they do with all the nice comments and stuff we've had, and you know, seeing the returning drivers coming back for season 2, and Patrick there saying that even though he was away, getting his setup sorted, he's now looking forward to coming back for season 3. So it's you know, it's exciting. We want to be one of the better leagues out there. And we want to give people the opportunity to come and join us and race and have a good time.
Certainly is, and yeah, we try to do it at the cheapest, but give you some decent prizes as well as trophies. You know, we certainly try to put back whatever we get from these leagues goes back into the league to try and make it bigger and better to give people something decent to fight for in there. But we're looking at Casper at the moment. Obviously that drive-through penalties really hurt him. Was at the front end at the stint. He's now severely at the back end. So there's going to be a lot of work for Grant to be able to make up in this third stint here. So 9 seconds off Sam Curran from the Spin City, who again, they were at the front end of the at the start of this stint. But it just shows how quickly it can sort of all change, and then you add in the element of a safety car, and that's it. So I think this will be Casper coming in to hand over to Grant. It will be Thomas Cope that comes up on the driving one, as we heard from Thomas and from ourselves. So it's going to be interesting to see what Grant can do as the car goes up onto his jack. And pretty sure, there you go. So Grant comes in. Again, a late comer. Just had 2 days to practice, but that is Team Cope, or Team Can't Cope, putting their last driver into the fray for the last hour of this race. That's 3 hours nearly gone, mate. And yeah, last stint time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering, is there going to be a safety car? You know, it's not going to take much of an incident for this field to get bunched back up again for what looks like the last hour. So it's been incredible seeing the different movers and shifters and things that have happened so far. This race is anybody's still. You know, there's not. I mean, yeah, there's a decent gap between some of the drivers, but not so much that it all can't get reeled back in and be battled down to the wire yet. So, and with cash prizes and other prizes being put on by obviously our title sponsor for this one, Olympus Esports, and obviously ourselves from this thing, there's some real good stuff out there for the guys to win.
Yes.
Guys and girls.
Just looking at Pops getting more and more distraught in the YouTube channel there. I come up with a catchphrase and everyone has a giggle about it, and someone else ends up walking around with it on a t-shirt. It reminds me to give you another.
I think it would be the funniest thing ever is if you saw somebody actually walking around wearing it, and you'd be able to go up and say, I created that, that was mine, that was my slogan, and they're just going to look at you like you're a crazy person. Oh, as we see the getting it loose. Oh, God. There.
I want to watch that back, because we've seen 2 drivers completely stove it in on that corner. So let's have a look at Leah's moment here coming around Druids. Clips the front of that corner, trying to take too much grass, gets on the outside. Look at the wheel. She just stayed constant on the power. I mean, that's probably what saved her there on that one, but a great save there from Leah, still managing to keep that third place. And there you go, there's Daniel Sedgley into it, Thomas Wang in as well. This is going to be a monster battle between these two. We've seen some great racing between these two in the actual GT3 Cup, so they're going to be extremely close on track together, and it's going to be interesting to see who can master this caddy. But wow, these two big hitters are going to be coming out the pits pretty much at the same time, or relatively close to each other, as we can see there. Daniel coming out and Thomas just behind him. Wow, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, things are getting tighter, aren't they, as we head towards that final hour mark. Well, just inside that final hour mark. So, you know, it's as we've now got the leaders in the pit, Red in the pit, it's going to get crazy. The spins that are going to happen, and drivers are going to be pushing it a lot harder. We see even more drivers coming in now. Yeah, there's sadly Red in the Win It or Bin It team car, putting it up on the stands there, and it's going to be final driver change for these guys.
Yeah, so Patrick Thompson goes into the Win It or Bin It car. Paul Joseph Clist will be going into the last minute car as well. So this is P1 and P2 out on track. Lance Sorensen is, what is he? Is he still? Nope, he's coming in as well to hand over the car. This is, I think it's Kim Andre Borkland, I think it is, going to be going into this car. Let me have a look, Warbangers. No, it's not. It's Tom Savage, the AM driver who's just been on fire this season, very much mixing up with the Pro-Am. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tom can do in that position on track. Let's have a look, see where Daniel Sedgley and Thomas Wangen are just coming around the last corner here. Coming up onto the start finish. So I think Daniel and Thomas are going to take over from Thomas Wangen. Tom Savage there, just coming on the pit edge, so probably be across. Oh, look at Thomas Wangen on the back end road turn one. These pro drivers, it always makes me laugh how hard they actually push and how they manage to keep the cars on track, considering they go like a million miles off track.
He should have been on the Win It or Bin It team with that kind of pace. I mean, he's absolutely sending it. You see the car's probably on cold tyres still. It's, I mean, just mental. He's on a mission. Thomas Wangen is on a charge, and he wants those places.
He wants that first place, doesn't he?
He wants it, yeah. He wants some cash money.
So, let's have a look at the front. Oh, no!
No. Oh, God!
That is a safety car. That is a safety car. Deploy the safety car, please.
Will do.
That is debris on the track.
Safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed before a crash.
That is a pretty strong crash there.
Now this is going to spice things up big time.
100%. It's going to have the field all close up together. We've got 57 minutes left of this race to go. Paul Joseph Clist is out front. He is our #1 driver. Out front, but he is now.
Crazy.
But now he is going to have Daniel Sedgley, Thomas Wangen right behind him. Can Patrick Thompson get back out? Is he out? He's managed to get out, fix that car. Lost 2 places, obviously, from having that pit. But you can see there now, the pretty much is. So, Paul Joseph Clist has gone past. So, everybody probably needs to pass the safety car mate to get onto the back of Paul Joseph Clist. So,
okay.
Just as I think they are anyway. Yeah, they are anyway.
Everybody please pass the safety car to get on to the lead lap.
Just say Paul Joseph Clist. When you get to the safety car, please stop.
Paul Joseph Clist, when you get to the safety car, please line up behind it.
It's going to be interesting.
This is wild. I cannot wait to see what happens here.
I bet Paul Joseph Clist is like, damn, I had a 35-second lead and now you just gone and lost it for me. But I suppose that is racing.
I just got a message saying that nobody towed back to the pits and that was a silly safety car.
Well,
that's not very good, is it?
No. It was a crash.
Safety car. There was a car parked across the middle of the track.
Yep.
He'd had a big head-on collision. So I don't see a reason why the safety car wouldn't be deployed.
Not at all. What it does do, it makes it very interesting for the last 55 minutes of this race. And it's not to say it's not going to be the last one either.
Lee King McGee is actually in the car as well now.
He is.
Another incredibly fast driver.
There's some big names in this one. We got Daniel Sedgley in Betty Swallocks. We got Thomas Wangan in the pit stop. Patrick Thompson in Win It or Bin It. Tom Savage in Wallbangers. Lee King McGee in Spin City. Grant Yingling, I think it is, in for Count Cope, and Kim Andre Portland in Caddy Power. So it's going to be absolutely amazing. Leah, you did a fantastic job, and I don't know if you are still in. Let's have a look to see if you are.
She's in the YouTube chat. Yeah, it'd be nice if we can get you in for an interview.
Yeah, let's pull up Leah in. Hi Leah, welcome to the comms booth. A cracking stint considering you only got put into the championship this morning. How was it driving the awesome power of the caddy?
Sorry, you speaking to me there?
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry. No, that was so much fun. Amazing.
How did you enjoy the car? Obviously, it must be slightly different than probably what you've driven before. I don't know if you've actually driven the caddy any time on any track. How was it to handle?
Yeah, it was. I've done 3 laps practice, and that was the first time I'd ever driven it. So it was really enjoyable. Actually, it's a really fun car to drive once you get into it.
I mean, we saw an absolutely awesome save that you made going around Druids. We saw 2 other cars make very similar mistakes to what you did that ended terribly. And I think Patrick Thompson, which is what this safety car is for, did the same thing. So was that a little bit of a heart-stopping moment when you sort of went out onto the grass after Druids?
Yeah, it is a bit of a death trap, but it's fun. And it does snap on you and stuff, and the brakes are difficult as well. But yeah, it's all good. Caught it, and not too many cut tracks, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, obviously taking it into 3rd place as well, it's certainly put your team into a good position in this. Obviously, talking from a team perspective now, this safety car pretty much backs everybody up into a race. It's just like a start of the race again. How's the team's nerves coming into this restart when it kicks off?
Oh, no pressure. Everyone's super confident.
Gotta love that. Obviously, you've signed up for our Clio Cup. How much are you looking forward to that one? And have you driven the Clio much?
I haven't driven the Clio much. I bought it when it first came out because I've got a 172 Clio in real life track car. So when the Clio came into Iracing, I was like, wow, bought it right away. So yeah, I want to do a season in it. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you decided to come and join us for a season on that, and it's going to be interesting to see what you can do. But we'll let you get back to the racing as we've just come on. But yeah, is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Thanks very much for letting me take part. It's like really enjoying it. So yeah, thanks for letting me be part of it.
You're more than welcome, and sit back and enjoy the last 50 minutes of this one. I'm sure it's going to be an absolute epic race now.
Great, thanks very much.
Cheers, Leah. There was Leah driving for Betty Swallocks, who's Daniel Sedgley in 5th place, but they're all super close, just backing up behind Paul Joseph Clist. I do sort of slightly feel sorry for Paul at this particular moment. He's got supremely fast drivers behind him.
Yeah, agreed. Sorry, I'm just responding to some of the guys in the Discord at the moment asking about drive-throughs and so on and so forth, so just bear with me a second.
Whoa! That is another safety car. Deploy the safety car. Wow, that was a massive incident there on track. Let's have a look back at that one. That is...
Safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed.
Let's have a look at this. Let's look on board from Tom Savage coming around for the... Let's have a look. It's just going to happen in front of him. Literally a little tag there. Up in the air. Goes 3 cars on the track. All back to the pits. Safety car out. That was absolutely monstrous. Let's have a look from... let's have a look at that again from outside angle this time. Let's have a look from the blimp. Let's see how high Paul Joseph Clist's car gets in here at this moment. Coming up. Oh, goes into outer space. Oh, the back two cars there were extremely lucky on that one. But there you go. Another safety car literally just got released and is now back out on track again. After we've got to try and clean up this space. The drivers are certainly getting spicy in this last stint. They all want their mugs. That's what I think, Tom.
It must be. It must be. Yeah, this is definitely going to get interesting. We've now got Thomas Wangan sitting up in first place with Daniel Sedgley and Thomas Cope, or not Thomas Cope, sitting incredibly close behind.
Tom Savage in 5th place. Kim Andre Bortland, Patrick Thompson, Paul Joseph Clist will get back onto the back end of the grid. Should get all the field nice and bunched up again for probably what will be another hectic start at that one. But wow, that was a bit insane. I think it was obviously the Win It or Bin It team trying to go up onto the inside, and I think Paul Joseph Clist didn't see it. The car came to the inside of, or the outside of the track, and unfortunately the contact was made. But at least we got the safety car. At least the guys can latch back onto the back end of the field, and it's still racing. So still all up for grabs. Anybody's game. The top 5 teams will all get prizes for this race. So the majority of the team will walk away with something on this as we join up. So we'll probably do what, one more lap? Do one more lap, mate.
Yeah, it's minimum 2 laps for safety car. So
yeah. So I mean, obviously Thomas Wangan is in first place. He's going to be extremely hard to pass, but he's got the one behind him to make that call in. He's gone into the pits. He's gone into the pits. Daniel Sedgley has gone into the pits. Lee King McGee will now take over the race lead here. So a bit of tactics here from the top drivers. Thomas Wangan, Daniel Sedgley, Thomas Cope and Tom Savage all into the pit lane. Obviously get their last pit out the way, and then that is it. They are literally good to go to the end. Patrick Thompson has already been in, so he would have fueled up. Lee King McGee, I'm not sure if he is, or Kim Andre Borkland we might need to go in again. Paul Joseph Clist has obviously been in after his big airborne escapades in the last incident. Is there in 5th place, so he would have been fueled up, so he'll probably see now to the end of the race. So it's game on. It's like a reverse grid, this one, Tom, lining up behind you. You've got all the pro-ams and the am drivers behind you, and then behind them are all the pro drivers. It's going to be an interesting restart again.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see what the pros can actually do against the pro-ams. I mean, it's not a forgiving car when you're trying to push it really hard on the limit. So it will be interesting to see what the guys manage to get done here in the final 45 minutes of this race.
Yeah, you just concentrate keeping that car on track, mate.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So if I shove a replay in now, then
I'm on a straight. You can put a replay in.
No, I wouldn't do that to you, because that would just be carnage. You can't do that. We're a professional outfit here at Performance Link. Dad's tactics.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's an open track now where the possibilities are limitless. You know, the problem is now the cars will probably have used the majority of their fast repairs, and there'll be 0 fast repairs left to use. So this is pretty much now last chance saloon for a lot of the drivers here on track. You can see it here. We've done 3 hours and 15 minutes worth of racing. 3 different drivers have been in the cars. We are now down to the final races on track. You can see all the big names out there. Have you told the drivers you're coming in?
I'm about to.
Okay.
Safety car is in this lap. Safety car is in this lap.
So it is going to be an epic start. Let's look at the leader and see how he manages the front of this race. And it's Lee King McGee from Spin City at the front. Going to take this race on, taking it all the way to limit, and he goes. And there we go. It's very subdued start. You got Thomas Wangen there. Oh, is he trying to make it a 3 wide? Probably thinking better of it there between Thomas Wangen and Paul Joseph Clist coming into turn number 1, but very much trying to be super on it. You can see back of this field, all over the back of each other, trying to get up the field as much as they can. You got Thomas Wangen looking at Tom Savage. You got Daniel Sedgley just behind Paul Joseph Clist. Paul's probably feeling it a lot at the moment with this pro drivers around him, but keep going, Paul. You know, there's still opportunities ahead on this race, but yeah, as they all managed to get around half a lap at the moment, all pretty much unscathed, but it nearly came to a little bit of an issue there at the start of this round turn number 1, but looking now at Thomas Wangen, looking at the back of Tom Savage coming down into Knickerbrook here, extremely fast right-hander corner. All spreading out in front, but yeah, all quite close. There is a bit. Paul Joseph Clist just going backwards a bit. I think probably letting his teammate through there, one from Olympus Esports, Daniel Sedgley in 6th place. So now he has 1.5 seconds to try and get onto the back of Thomas Wangen, which pretty sure he will do, because Thomas will be trying to get past Tom Savage in 4th place. But you can see the train that's going on in front. It's going to make it extremely hard. So I'm pretty sure that the field will be back together pretty shortly, with Dan Sedgley just getting a little bit of free air to cut a little bit more speed around the track. But looking further back up then, Leaking McGee is leading out this train for Team Spin City. Currently had 7. One with the largest pit stop is Team Winner or Bin It. 10 pit stops they've had. That's 2 more than any other team and 3 more than some others, but we can sort of see. But let's have a look further back here. Patrick Thompson in 2nd place, losing a bit of time over Leaking McGee. 1.3 seconds is the gap now between 1st and 2nd. Kim Andre Portland in 3rd place, 0.2 of a second behind. Tom Savage half a second behind, and then Thomas Wangen is literally all over the back. Let's have a look on board with Thomas Wangen to see if he makes a move coming down into Nickelback. Tries to look for the inside line here, just letting Thomas slowing up as much as he can. There's not a lot of room there. Getting a good exit here. Is this going to be a side-by-side coming down into Druids? Coming around the water tower. Yes, manages to get late on the brakes. I mean, that's just what he's probably been doing all season. Gets past Tom Savage there for P4 overall.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic driving there, as we're seeing the pack really, really closed up again. That fire-spitting Cadillac just, you know, trying to maintain the balance is absolutely crucial, but this has really put a spanner in the works now. We've got Leaking McGee obviously leading out front with some of the fastest drivers sort of mid-pack at the moment, Andy.
Certainly have. So you got Leaking McGee, Patrick Thompson, who would have been a pro driver this season, Kim Andre Portland, who was pro last season, Thomas Wangen, the current leader, Tom Savage, the current leader of the AMS, Dan Sedgley, 3rd place in the pros, Paul Joseph Clift, 3rd in the AMS, and Grant Yingling, who's probably no slouch himself here, just at the tail end of the field here. Only had a day's worth of practice has Grant in this beast of a car to try and tame at the moment, but these 2 out, as you see there, whoa! Paul Joseph Grace just trying to let his another one of his Olympus team members through, but nearly getting it wrong at Shell Oil Corner.
Yeah, it's I'm just reviewing some penalties at the moment. After those incidents, we've had 4 more penalties in to be reviewed, so I'm just going to be checking those out.
Okay, mate.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So we're looking at Leaking, maybe just back from him. We're looking at Patrick Thompson in that win it or bin it. Literally that mentality that he had. He's going to put it all on the line for this race. He's either going to come back as one car, or he's just going to put it in the bin, as he put it. But currently in P2 at the moment. But he's going to have a hard task, because he's never come up against Leaking McGee before. And we know that Lee has got exceptional pace and a very consistent driver. So it's not going to be easy for Patrick to be able to make that move. But you can see they're closing the gap ever so slightly as they come down into Cascades. We've currently got 40 minutes left of this race to go. I mean, it's these safety cars, although it's really impacted some of the drivers' positions, it's made a great spectacle at the end of this race. Now all the cars are within 10 seconds of each other on the last 40 minutes. As you see, Leaking McGee just holding up Patrick Thompson here, coming through Shell Oil corner, gets a good exit out of Shell Oil corner, going on the long straight through up through the hilltop down into the fast right-hander of Nickelbrook, going over the top here. Patrick Thompson not able to get close enough to make a move here, so these two at the front still doing. Kim Andre Bortland half a second behind this, and then Thomas Wangen in 4th place at the moment, only 1/10 of a second. Let's look further back. Is this another positional change on the grass, moving, trying to get an overtake done for better of it, and basically tucks back into 4th place. But God, Kim must be thinking, how can this guy do the things that he does and keeps the car in a competitive state? But that has let Tom Savage to get now onto the back end of the group. I think, yes, all right, Thomas Wangen is the top of the pros in a BMW GT3 car. This is a Cadillac GTS car, and it's anyone's game. If you try and push this car a little bit too hard, it can spit you out. So Thomas just needs to be aware of that, as well as some of the other fast drivers behind that pushing as hard as they can sort of force mistakes. But looking at back at the front, you've got a defensive Leaking McGee here with Patrick Thompson going on the outside of Island Bend. Oh, just managing to keep that on track. Patrick Thompson just tucked into 2nd place, so Leaking McGee still survives another lap. This is so entertaining in these cars in this final stint here. Just gonna tip over to 22 minutes gone into this last stint here. 3 hours and 22 minutes in total being completed here today at Oulton Park, and it's just been an epic race. I mean, I've just got to implore all the drivers who have taken part in this event. I mean, I was expecting to see absolute carnage with cars all over the place, but not at all. You've all driven it expertly. Few incidents out on track, but yeah, you've massively exceeded my expectations of how well. And I now know that the Cadillac, as we see there, Leaking McGee makes a little bit of a mistake there coming around the last corner. Give Patrick Thompson the opportunity. He's lost a lot of speed. He may lose another place here to Kim Andre Borkland, who's looking up the inside into turn 1, thinks better of it and just tucks in behind there. But that was a big mistake there from Leaking McGee that gave Patrick Thompson the opportunity to take over the lead of this race. And we've seen this before in the past. I think Interlagos last year, Patrick Thompson at the front was able to pull away. Is he able to do it here today at Oulton Park in these Cadillac cars? I'll probably say doubt it, but you can see there the top 6 literally covered by 1 second. They are so close and on the edge are these Cadillac cars. One little mistake there. Patrick Thompson going extremely wide, but Leaking McGee looking up on the inside has to check up his car to not hit into the back of Patrick's car. Leaking McGee now in 2nd place under a lot of pressure from Kim Andre Bortles, only a 10th of a second, going super defensive down through Hilltop down into Nickelbrook. He needs to go onto that outside line to get that sweep to not lose a lot of speed coming up into the Clay Hills. Literally, they're all stuck on the rear bumper. You've got Kim Andre Bortland, Thomas Wangen. You can see 1 temp, 2 temps, 2 temps back to Tom Savage, and then 4 temps back to Daniel Sedgley. It is a Cadillac train here in this last stint. 3 hours 24 minutes gone, and we're in for a grandstand finish at the moment. A little bit of a drop back for Paul Joseph Clist. 11.5 seconds, so really been impacted by that safety car at the moment. But I believe that Tom is at the moment just looking at some penalties, so there may be some more spanners thrown into this work in this late stages of this race. Patrick Johnson's got on a 1.1 second lead over Leaking McGee, who's having to go super defensive at the moment to Thomas Wangen and Kim Andre Borkland. As you see Thomas Wangen getting his car again sideways, coming out into Cascades, and Tom Savage is all over the back at the moment of Thomas Wangen, trying to look for an opportunity to pass as they come through Shell Oil corner again for this round. Spittering out, and as we can see there in front, they've got the back markers of Grant Yingling. So not really enjoying it. In fact, no, that isn't Grant Ying. That is Patrick Thompson. That is a gap, 1.3 seconds. I thought they were catching a back marker there, but no, that is the lead that Patrick Thompson has managed to pull out over Lee King McGee. Lee King McGee is under all sorts of pressure behind, going super defensive, which has given the opportunity to Patrick Thompson to get out front as we look at a late dive at the back on Daniel Setti for Tom Savage. Looks like he's got it done side by side, coming out of Druids. Great passing move there from Dan Setti. Just have that inside line, so there's another position lost by Tom Savage, down to 6th place at the moment. So Dan Setti is now on the chase for Thomas Wangan, but they're not being able to get past here Lee King McGee. Lee King McGee is doing an excellent defensive job, keeping Kim Andre Bolton and Thomas Wangan behind him at the moment. And that was like a little mistake there from Kim Andre Bolton. Let's open up the inside line here for Thomas Wangan down into Cascades. Not able to get it done. Kim just closes off the door, but Kim just managed to come down the outside, and Lee King McGee makes a tiny mistake, loses 3 positions possibly at the moment. And that's how marginal mistakes are and how costly they are here, as Lee King McGee goes from 2nd place down to 5th place, and he's all over the road at the moment. Needs to gain his composure in that Cadillac, but yeah, excellent bit of defensive up until that slight mistake there from Lee King McGee.
So we now have 2 drive-through penalties.
Okay, who for?
So we've got one for Wallbangers and one for Win It and Bin It.
Ooh!
So just going to announce those. Wallbangers have received a drive-through penalty. Wallbangers have received a drive-through penalty. Please serve it within the next 3 laps. Win It or Bin It have received a drive-through penalty. Win It or Bin It have received a drive-through penalty. Please complete it within the next 3 laps.
Well, that has certainly mixed up the front of the field. Patrick Thompson managed to pull out a 2.7 second gap to himself and Kim Andre Borglund, but now has to do a drive-through penalty. So what we're looking at here is for the race lead at the moment when Patrick does his drive-through penalty here, and you see Kim Andre Borglund at the moment doing all he can to just hold off Thomas Wangan in 3rd place overall. Dan Setti right on his rear bumper, and then Lee King McGee as well. So these 4 are absolutely locked in a mammoth battle at the moment, and Patrick Thompson will be kicking himself for that drive-through penalty, having made a good dart from it, 2.9 seconds, because these 4 are literally fighting over each other. It's given that opportunity for him, but it will lose it all again, and he'll be down into 5th place. So what we're watching on screen at the moment is the battle for the lead after Patrick Thompson, who received a drive-through penalty for probably the incident that resulted in the last safety car out on track, but he's going to have to do his drive-through penalty, if not this lap, the following lap. So that will pretty much put pay to his race, unless, again, a safety car. And the way these 4 are battling out, Tom, I wouldn't put it past it. Oh! There it is. Safety car. Oh.
Make sure I'm on the right thing. Safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed.
Woo! There we go. Let's have a look back at that crash. So coming out of Druids down into Lodge Corner, it was only a matter of time. These 2 were all over each other. What happened here? I think Kim just came around that corner slightly slower. Thomas Wangan clipped the back end and then called that cascading effect down the field. So that's what resulted in bringing the safety car out.
Safety car is deployed for a multiple car crash.
So this is really going to be interesting now. 30 minutes of this race to go. Patrick Thompson is out front still. So
that's a good question. Can you take a drive-through penalty under safety car?
Who's-
Good question.
I suppose so, because yeah, I mean,
Just my Discord is going bananas with people asking. If you have a penalty, it's got to be an actual penalty, doesn't it?
yeah,
So, are they? Is it a penalty if they go through the pit lane? At
it's
this
still.
time?
Well, I mean, it's a hard one because he was on his third lap to go in as well.
Oh God, I hate this. What do we do? Because the pit lane wasn't closed.
No,
Was it?
we've said the pit lanes are open. You know, people have gained from being there. I think it's. I think if it was a league race, it'd be a lot harder. But I think as a fun race, we leave it as is. He's done his penalty. He's done the drive-through as per instructions, and he's profited from it from a safety car, I suppose.
Is he going to be sitting in P1 though?
Yes, he will.
He'll have to lose some positions, in my opinion.
Okay.
That's the only way that I can see that it's fair.
Okay.
Otherwise
Behind Tom Savage. Tell him to drop back behind Tom Savage as his penalty was served under the safety car. As that's only fair.
Yeah.
So basically, fall back to behind Tom Savage.
Okay. Win it or bin it. Please drop to P6 behind Tom Savage as the drive-through was taken under safety car. And if anything, that's not unjust at all because he's gonna, he's still gonna be right with everybody. I mean, if he'd had to do an actual drive-through, he'd be in 8th.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only just fair way we can do it. Yeah, I know it has to be in rules beforehand, AKM Racing, but we didn't anticipate this happening, and it's just a fun race, so we can only do what we can do. I mean, I know it's controversial, but we're still penalising him, but not as harshly as if he had to take the actual drive-through, so he wins, the other drivers win all at the same time. It's not... Yeah, it's not much.
Tell him again, mate, that he needs to drop behind P5, or else he will be penalised. Oh yeah, there he goes. There you go.
Yeah, that's true. In real life, you can't take it under the safety car.
No, you can't. But you can't also pit under the safety car that we allowed them to do that. So, it's all the racing. 25-minute shootout, ladies and gents. Stand by. This is gonna be entertaining.
You know, I'm gonna have sleepless nights over this, thinking I've made the wrong decision.
I know, guys. It's a fun event. We're doing our best here. Come on, we're not stewards. We're making it fair.
I can only think that's the only fair way to do it. Really, because otherwise Patrick Thompson is just not having to be penalised for anything.
No.
And now the whole grid's backed up to where it's going to be a shootout in the last 25 minutes, and anything can happen, right? So
yeah,
you know.
Exactly. I think it's fair. a fair call, that one. You know, it's not an easy decision, you know, and these people that obviously want to have a go or stuff like that, you know, if you want to come onto our league and be our steward, then see how it is. Life on the other side of the fence. It's not an easy one because it's so many things to look at, and you got to try to appease everybody, because it would have been unfair for Patrick in this state if you had to do that drive-through penalty straight on the restart. We want to make it an interesting race, I think.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. Like, you know, a lot of people need to understand, or if you could listen to how much my Discord inbox is pinging at me right now with either complaints or happiness, it's like, it's ridiculous. There you go, it's pinging again. You know, it's just unbelievable. We should set it so people can hear the pings on the stream. That would be it.
I know, guys, you know, like we said, the decision of the stewards is final. You just got to live with it, get on with it, crack on. Do you know what I mean? It's it is what it is. It's racing. The cars are all back together now. It's basically a 25-minute sprint race now, and everybody's still in a chance.
I'm just going to announce safety cars coming.
Yep.
Safety car is in this lap. Safety car is in this lap. Please bunch the field back up. Safety car is in this lap.
I love the fact that Kim Andre Portland's rear wing is looking a bit bent out of shape.
Okay, they're backing everyone up.
Look at the state of that rear wing.
All right, and we're going racing.
We are indeed.
25-minute shootout. Five race ban for the stewards. Hey, I'm trying my best here, okay?
Okay, Sammy, you going to step into the fray, are you? As we got a 5-match ban. I'm quite happy with the 5-match ban. Somebody else can do the pit stops. He gets shouted out by the drivers. But we restart this race. Kim Andre Portland heads out the field with Lee King McGee profiting from that safety car there in second place. So has a second stab at trying to defend that second place. Paul Joseph Kliss, after his earlier moving down, has moved up into P3 at the moment, and has Patrick Thompson behind him, who's managed to make a passing move already on Tom Savage. So he's moved up into P4. Daniel Sedgley, Thomas Wangan, and Grant head out your top 8 here this last 20 minutes of this race, and you can sort of see it is a grandstand finish, all cars together, and that was a hard hit at the curb there for Kim Andre Portland that may compromise his speed here. Coming up, you can see Lee King McGee all over the back.
Side by side behind, it looks like the Win It or Bin It car is now just taking the place over. Is that a spinner? I think he's managed to maintain it. That's Lee King McGee. Unfortunately, Lee King McGee's gone onto the grass there. If we can jump back, hopefully he's managed to get back on track.
Let's have a look and see what happened to Lee King McGee. Fighting hard. Had the overshot really coming into Druids, but so what happened? Oh, it just lost it. It just lost. The front end just went. Saves it really well.
Yeah,
So,
great save.
Great save there from Lee King McGee, but finds himself at the back of the field. So that's the nature of these cars. They're absolute shocking when it comes to just spinning out on you. It looks really innocuous, that as well, the spin out, but that has given a little bit of a lead now to the top 3 there. We can see Kim Andre Portland in first place, Patrick Thompson in second, a second behind him, Paul Joseph Kliss 1.9 second, and then Tom Savage, Thomas Wangan, Daniel Sedgley, Lee King McGee, and Grant got all tucked up behind Paul Joseph Kliss. So again, he's going super defensive. Tom Savage. Yep, let's have a look, see if we can get up with the battle here. Still holding that position, and fair play to Paul Joseph Kliss. Manages to stave off the attack there from Tom Savage, trying to make a lunge going down into the last corner, but backs out at the last moment to keep it single file. But given the opportunity here for the top 2 to start scampering away slightly at the front, as we see Tom Savage again coming down the inside, managing to get the move done coming down into last corner. Great move.
Banging doors behind though, between the pit stop car. Tom Savage has done a fantastic job there. What a move.
definitely was. Great overtaking move. And there's Thomas Wangen getting another position. Oh, big incident at the back. What happened there? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. Bit of door banging coming through, coming around the last corner. What happened in front? That is 2 or more cars, so that is, again, another safety car. Deploy safety car? The drivers are going...
Safety car is being
mental.
deployed. Safety car is being deployed for a multiple car crash.
They're all going for it this last one.
They are sending it.
They said it's all on the line. It is like a sprint race. This is probably what it'll be like if you see Daniel Sedgley's car. The front end of his car is absolutely stoved in. Let's have a look and see if we can see. Look at that front end of that Cadillac. It's yeah, damaged to hell. Hopefully he's got another fast repair that he can use, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of these drivers will be quickly running out of fast repairs.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, we know it happened over a minute ago, but we had to go back and review it, unfortunately, and there's obviously a slight delay between everything, so we're coming out and doing the safety cars as fast as we possibly can.
We've got to look at the review to see if it warrants a safety car, just to make sure. So yeah, that's where we are. There we go. He's got a fast repair. So luckily, he had one in the bag for him to use. It's the racy nature of sprint racing.
Yeah.
There might be a few protests. Is there a few protests?
I will have to have a look.
I'll have to have a look. You've been kept busy today, Tom, anyway.
Yeah, it is difficult. We weren't expecting it to be this many protests and things, so just give me a second, and as soon as I've done this lap, I'll let you know.
Exactly. He's out in the safety car. He can't do the protests as well as driving the safety car. So, it is. How many laps you done, mate?
This was the first lap.
First lap.
Going to keep it just a little bit over 100k. Just obviously as we've got the whole grid will get collected back up.
Yep.
I know we haven't got long left in the race, so...
No, 15 minutes. Going to have a 15-minute sprint race here. Probably end up being a last lap shootout after the safety car.
What do we do? Last 15 minutes, no more safety cars?
No, he's still got to keep it going. But the penalties may decide some people's fate.
Very true.
Protest, sorry, no safety cars.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
So we're into the last 15, near enough 15 minutes. By the time we get over the start-finish line, we'll be into the final 15 minutes of this 4-hour race. And this last stint has certainly been interesting. I think this is the third safety car we've had in 44 minutes. So quite a few safety cars to be going at. And it's still anybody's game, you know. The top 5 teams will all get prizes from this event, so it's going to be an interesting run in, and probably that's why a lot of the drivers are trying so hard at the moment. But the racy one for me, I think, is Patrick Thompson. I think he's certainly got the speed in this caddy to win this race. I mean, you look at Thomas Wangen at the moment back in 6th place, Daniel Sedgley in 7th. So they've got to get through quite a few drivers before they get up into the front 2, which gives the opportunity for Kim-Andre Borkland and Patrick Thompson to make the opportunities to try and scamper away from the rest of the field, which is what we've seen in the last 2 ones. So coming in this lap, mate?
Yes, sir. Safety car is coming in this lap. Safety car is coming in this lap.
So it's going to be super interesting to see what happens here. And can we get a round of 2 laps of racing with clean racing? Only time will tell. Let's have a look as we start off for the 3rd time here in this 3rd stint as we're underway. We're pretty much line abreast at the moment.
I'll take a look at the penalties.
Okay, mate.
Protests.
Definitely it is. So as we start off again, Kim-Andre Borkland in the lead, Patrick Thompson in 2nd, Tom Savage in 3rd place, Lee King McGee in 4th place, Thomas Wangen in 5th, and Grant Yingley in 6th place with Dan Sedgley in 7th. Paul Joseph Clist at the moment back off in 8th at the moment. Dan Sedgley, is that a slight issue for Dan? I think. Let's have a look. He went off track. Let's have a look. Probably round Cascades. Let's have a look at what happened to Dan. He's currently found himself a little bit off the back end. Nice clean start from everybody. Literally down the breast. And oh, there, just getting it slightly wrong into turn number 1 and losing all his time. So trying to get an early position gain has cost him around about 1.3 seconds. So that's why Daniel Sedgley is currently about a second off the gap from Grant Yingling. Back at the front, we've got Kim-Andre Borkland still heading out the field. Patrick Thompson in 2nd place, 1/10 of a second. Is he going to have a look down into Lodge Corner? Oh, no. That is a spin around there. That is unfortunate. No safety car, 1 car involved, but that may well be a protest. So we'll have to wait out to see if that's pretty bad there for Kim-Andre Borkland at this stage. But Lee King McGee takes over the number 1 position here in this race. Currently in 13 minutes left of it to go. Patrick Thompson in 2nd place. Thomas Wangen in 3rd. It's Grant in 4th with Dan Sedgley. In fact, Tom Savage in 5th with Dan Sedgley in 6th. So still extremely close into this, so we'll have to wait and see if that team puts a protest, and Tom will certainly be a busy chap, but that will be his 2nd drive-through of his stint if that is in fact a penalty, but I'm pretty sure it will be, with Kim-Andre Borkland now in 8th place and well off the pace here as Thomas Wangen's looking for an opportunity to take a passing opportunity here on Patrick Thompson coming up into Druids. Is he going to make a move here? No, he's thinking better of it. Probably the ideal place is down into Lodge Corner if you can try and get that inside line there, or through into turn 1, or the inside coming down into Cascades are probably the ideal opportunities to make a passing move on this track here. Certainly if a driver gets it wrong there, it might be that we have a side-by-side here. Thomas Wangen, you can see there 5,000%, literally alongside here coming into turn number 1. Just enough room. Thomas Wangen going off wide. Patrick Thompson still managing to keep that position in P2. Looking further down the field. So Daniel Sedgley at the back of this group is super close at the moment. Just trying to make a passing opportunity. Managing to get past Grant there up to P5 as they come round Island Bend again. 11 minutes left of this race to go. Your current positions, Lee King McGee heading out the field. Half a second now ahead because Patrick is sort of going on the defensive line to Thomas Wangen, giving Lee the opportunity to gain out some vital tenths of a second here in this race. There's a little bit of a gap forming back from to Tom Savage. Just getting up, creeping up above that 1 second mark. But at the moment, Thomas Wangen is trying all he can to get past Patrick Thompson. Patrick Thompson was going super defensive, which is obviously losing a little bit of time. But then concertinaing the field back up, enable Tom Savage to get the slipstream effect in play to try and close that gap up again here. Into the final 10 minutes of this 4-hour race, Leaky McGee still heads out the field. Patrick Thompson in second place, Thomas Wangen in third, Tom Savage in fourth, Daniel Sedgley in fifth, with Grant Yingling in sixth place as they start another lap. How many laps have they actually done? 147 laps completed. This is the 148th lap in these Cadillac CTS cars. It's been great fun actually looking at these cars, and like I said, I thought it was going to be a spin fest, but the drivers are proving me wrong. There's a little nudge there, and there goes Patrick Thompson off into the thing, and that will bring out the safety car. Can you bring out the safety car, please, Tom?
Yep. Safety car is being deployed. Safety car is being deployed. What's the reason?
Basic car towing back to pits.
Car is towing to pits.
So what this will do is it'll give Kim-Andre Borkland the opportunity to now get back up onto the back end of the field, which makes it it's going to be like a 3-lap shootout here in this race. I mean, it's just been absolute carnage in these last laps. It's insane. I don't know how you got on with them penalties, but I think a couple more may be coming your way, mate.
I only managed to get a couple done, so we're going to have to... we'll announce the winner of the race so far, but then I'll have to go back through and we'll have to decide what happens after that, because I just can't go through them fast enough.
Yeah. As we see the drivers just getting their last pits, getting the damage corrected on the cars before they come out. Leaking McGee was doing a great defensive job at the front of the race. He's probably loving it. You know, even less time that he's going to have to do here. Currently, only 8 minutes left, so it's going to be probably a last 2 lap.
Can you check to see if Thomas Wangen has taken a drive-through under the safety car, please? I don't believe they had a drive-through, but. Can you see if he's just done a drive-through?
I can. Let's have a look. Just keep going straight, mate. Keep going straight.
Yeah.
Slow down.
As long as you don't do replays in the middle of shell oils, we should be alright.
So he's coming into the pits. Does he pit? Yeah, it's a drive. He's done a drive-through. But is that for incidents? It may be at his incident level? I don't know. So I'd imagine quite a few of the guys will be hitting that 30 limit incidents. Not sure. Well, we didn't announce him for a drive-through penalty, so not sure what was what there.
Andy, Tom, this is Charles. I'll let myself back in. I hope that's okay.
That's fine, mate. That's fine. Wow, it's been an entertaining last hour of racing in these Cadillacs, mate, hasn't it?
Well, you know, I hate to say this, but I obviously had another duty. I do a little bit of broadcasting on the side, and so I actually had to do a race. So I regretfully did not get a chance to see it, but I came back to find out that there were cautions breeding cautions, which sounds very NASCAR, very American to me.
We like to flavour it in your home country, mate.
That's right.
Getting a couple of these safety cars in, but it's certainly going to be entertaining now. We've got 6 minutes left on the clock. It's going to be a last 2 lap shootout here in the end of this. I mean, very apt in a race like this. 4 hours long to come down to the last 5 minutes of the race.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you shouldn't expect anything less than that. Just, everybody battling for that last corner. Which is what makes racing fun. That's what we're here for, right? Is those side-by-side battles. But I have been watching the broadcast, and I like hearing all the feedback from the drivers. Seems like everybody's having a good time and enjoying it, even though it's a little bit different than what they're used to. So I'm very pleased that I was able to work with you guys to get this put on, and you guys are doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, I'd just like to make an announcement.
Yeah.
Safety car is in this lap. Safety car is in this lap. There will be no more safety cars deployed. There will be no more safety cars deployed.
There we go. As we look at the final, you might as well join us in the box in the final 4 minutes of this race. So probably 3 laps in total that these drivers will have to see who finishes up on the top of the podium. Lee King McGee getting a good exit away from Tom Savage. Daniel Sedgley managing to get up to 3rd place. Was at the back, probably around about 6th place, but really profiting from that safety car at the moment. So he's got a good opportunity to maybe try and go ahead and win this race. But super interesting at the top of the grid, and hard one to call here. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Oh, no, this is a toss-up. This is anybody's race at this point.
100%. I mean, it's super close racing. The cars are close together. There is going to be them moves, and obviously by having no more safety cars out to deploy, any more incidents, that could be a race ender. So the drivers just need to be aware of that. We've literally tipped into probably 2 more laps left of this race to go, and it's just fitting that we've come down to sort of, like I said, the last 5 minutes of this race, and it's anybody's game. You can see at the back, Patrick Thompson just come off the bench, Kim-Andre Borkland as well. So at the moment it is a 6-car race, but Thomas Wangen has slightly dropped off, 1.7 behind Grant Ingling in 4th place there. Daniel Sedgley in 3rd still. Thomas Savage in 2nd place, with Lee King McGee heading out the field. And he must be feeling a little bit more pressure now, knowing that he's coming to the last couple of laps of this race, leading out the way. Any little mistake, and that's it. It can be a race ender, but it's anybody's game at the moment. But we're tipping into 3 hours, 57 minutes and 50 seconds, so not long for this race to go.
Yeah, still just that really tight battle up front with Spin City, Lee King McGee in the lead. The wall bangers, there's nothing in it at this point. This is so much fun to watch.
It certainly is. Let's go on board with Daniel Sedgley, our current 3rd place caddy driver for Team Betty Swallocks. They're probably quite apt, you got Leah in that team that done a fantastic job on the track, considering she literally said she only put in a couple of laps, got in the car and gave him the opportunity to be in this position. So certainly a great drive from her, setting it up. Oh, as we see a slight little mistake there from Tom as it closed up the gap from Daniel Sedgley, but I wasn't able to capitalise. That was a great save there from Tom Savage. We've seen so many cars coming around that Druid Bend, just getting it completely wrong, literally doing what Tom did and hitting into the wall. But Tom Savage made it, and here it is. This is the white lap.
Oh my goodness, sorry, I didn't mean to just yell out loud, but Lee King McGee nearly had the moment of his life there. That was unbelievable. As white flag is in the air. Sorry guys, didn't mean to cut across there, but I nearly left out of my chair.
Always good, the entertainment value. But this is the final lap of this race. You can see 3 hours, 59 minutes and 6 seconds. Lee King McGee for Spin City have an opportunity to win this. Does have Tom Savage in 2nd place, our AM driver, holding off at the moment the pro driver of Dan Sedgley there in 3rd place. Thomas Wangen in 4th, and pretty much it's the lower places for them guys, but we're watching the battle for the race win here between these three drivers. Leaking McGee at the moment out in front, trying to hold off from Tom Savage after that excellent save on the last lap. He's lucky to be in that second place position. Gets a great run out of there, coming in. Oh, just tries on the inside and couldn't get it. It's going to be side by side coming into Druid. This could end in tears between the two drivers. We've got Leaking McGee on the inside. We got Tom. Oh, just gets slightly out wide. I think that is going to give the second place there from Dan Tanzi, but great effort there from Tom Savage to give him the opportunity for the race win, put it all on the line there, but unfortunately didn't quite come off. Leaking McGee coming around the last corner here, and it's looked like he's going to make it a win here for Spin City. Daniel Sedgley in second place. Thomas Wangan manages to get up. What happened to Tom Savage? Wow, that was an epic finish to an epic race here. I mean, wow.
Yeah, Dan Sedgley, I just was watching. He had a really great open entry into that last corner and was able to look like he was going to try and cut back and take it on the inside, but just ran out of room. But wow, what a great finish.
Look at the gap between Leaky McGee and Sedgley there.
900ths of a second. I mean, after a 4-hour race to be 900. Crazy. Let's have a look at what happened to Tom Savage here. Let's have a look. Gets on the outside here through Druids. Lost, has a lot of speed lost. Obviously, you've got what happens here? Oh, just loses it on the last corner. No. Oh. He'll be kicking himself. He had a great race. I mean, fair play for him for trying to make the move done there up on the corner, just holding his position there to let other drivers through. Wow. I mean, what can I say? I didn't think these cars would be as entertaining as it has been for the last 4 hours.
No, this has been an amazing race. So, I'm going to start with the fact that they put a lot more effort into the paint than I thought they were going to. There's some really good paints on the track. But yeah, I mean, you could tell that these guys, know what they're doing on the track. They really work to hone their craft and do a good job. And it doesn't matter what you give them. So, okay, go drive the Cadillac at Oulton Park. Okay, yeah, no problem. So we'll go get a week's worth of practice, and then we'll just go out and just have a fun race. And yeah, you see it as we see, less than a tenth of a second separating P1 and P2 at the end of that race. Yeah, little donuts. Yeah, donuts are allowed. It's fine.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Look at that. Some great donuts there from Thomas Wang. And I think overall, in the nature of the game of what it is and what this event was, I think it's been a great spectacle. The drivers have all put in maximum effort. As we were just watching, see how many donuts he can do in that pit stop. Really apt, considering he's got a donut on the side of his car. I wonder if you can actually pop the tyres by doing donuts. I don't know.
Yeah, you probably can.
I think so.
But no, I mean, wow. I mean, that was just an absolute grace. But let's have a look at the results of the race. I mean, it's just been an epic race. Results. Rookie. What's going on there? The results overall. Let's have a look if this is it. There we go. So the overall winners were Spin City by 900ths of a second to Betty Swallock's racing team. Pit Stop came in third place. Can't Cope came in fourth. Team Last Minute in fifth. Win It or Bin It in sixth place. Wallbangers in seventh. Caddy Power Racing in eighth. And the good old safety car in ninth place. Only 132 laps down. But I mean, wow. I mean, that was just absolutely epic racing. I'm hoping the guys, some of them may be a little bit disgruntled on that or bits and pieces like that, but I think in what the event was, I think it's been a great success.
I think so too. I mean, this was designed to be fun. Give the drivers a break from prep race. And it's like as you said, as you were doing the interviews, got to meet some guys that you normally wouldn't get a chance to talk to. So hopefully, maybe there's some new friendships that have formed. and you never can tell what will come out of this. You may have a new team formed from something like this.
Yeah, we may do. I think there probably is still penalties to look at, but we're going to leave it as we'll have a look at that at the end of the race and not let that dishrevel what was been an excellent event. But let's try and pull in the whole team here from Spin City. So first off, we'll get Iracing Mantis in. We'll get Lee King McGee. We'll get Steve. Has Steve managed to come in? Yes, he has. We get Steve in, and Sam Curran's in here as well. Guys, congratulations! I mean, wow, what a race! 900ths of a second to win that race, guys. Just talk me through it. First off, try not to all talk at once, but let's go with the team captain first. Arias, how was that, mate?
All I can say is I'm extremely impressed with everyone's driving. That was the best race I've seen, maybe my whole sim racing driving. It was so fun to watch, fun to drive. Lee done such an amazing job not crashing and just keeping up, racing good. It was just amazing overall. It was insane.
I mean, I couldn't put it better myself. It was insane. To win that race by 900ths of a second after 4 hours of racing, I'm just going to take us through the Spin City 4 hours of racing. So Arias, you had an amazing start, super quick in that car, got out in front, and we already heard from I think Niels Erik Geiserson saying that it was super hard to catch you at the end, couldn't do it, and you handed over to Steve. Steve, you probably admit that probably not your best car of choice. You kept in there. On that, I think the safety cars probably helped out quite a bit during that race, but then you handed over to Sam. Sam, you probably struggled a little bit as well, mate.
A little bit, I think, is an understatement here. I think that was probably one of my worst drives since the rookie Mazda days. But no, I think today, me and the guys, we got together. We put together a very solid sort of race strategy and fuel strategy, right? And we stuck to it. And I think all the way through, we capitalized, right? I think I had my incident. I had a tow, unfortunately. But at that point in time, we topped off on the fuel, and that got me exactly to the end of my stint, right? So all these little things really put us in position at the end to hand over the car to Lee to take it to the finish.
Yeah. Steve, what about take us through your race, mate?
Oh, God, that was... yeah, that was fun. I thought... When the safety car came out, I thought, oh, are they going to put a safety car out at the start of every new stint? And I thought, oh, now I've lost 4 or 5 seconds off the guy behind me. I was in first. I'm going to lose this because I'm not as fast as the other guys. But I just kept plugging along, and then I thought, do you know what? I'm not going to go for incidents. I'm going to try and avoid incidents, and that's what I did. And then we just thought about strategy, how are we going to play this? And we just kept to it. And, as I said, passed it off to Sam, and then Sam did his bit, and then Lee, wow. What can I say?
I know. So we come over to you, Lee. I mean, that was an entertaining last hour of races. I think we had 4 safety car in there. How are your nerves now, mate?
Nerves, mate. I nearly had the cardiac arrest. I am still shaking. My throttle foot throughout the whole stint was jelly.
Just take us
sideways. I was avoiding collisions. I don't know how I avoided 3 collisions. I went sideways because I accidentally knocked it into second gear. Oh, it was that car. I'm never driving that again.
So just take us through that last 5 minutes. Obviously, we had the safety car, I think every 5-10 minutes it seemed at the end of that race, but the last safety car, obviously 5 minutes left. What were your thoughts coming up round Lodge Corner when Tom announced that the safety car was coming in? What was your thoughts coming into that last 5 minutes?
You've just got to calm yourself down, keep your head down, and just lap as fast as you can. But I was struggling really bad in the last sector, and that's where my confidence was nil. I even turned my steering ratio up slightly on my wheel just to try and get that bit more turning, and I nearly lost it on the last corner there.
But guys, congratulations. After 4 hours of racing, Spin City win the very first mid-season. Well done, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the event. Thanks for the race.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Thank you, teammates.
Yeah, well done, lads. Brilliant.
Well done, guys.
Well done.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So there we have it. There's the winners. Ooh. Let's get the second place team in. Let's see. They're all over the place at the moment. So let me get them in. And in fact, Charles, you can speak to them as team captain is one of your teams. So let me just pull them all in here. Where's Mads? Is he there? Yes, he's there. And Alan. There we go. The whole team's in there. Charles, over to you, mate.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Hey, Dan, congratulations to you and your team for that second place. Looks like very interesting at the end. 0.09 of a second gap between you and the race winners. So I'm going to say that you guys had a pretty good day.
Yes, it was a bit mental at the end.
So yeah, I unfortunately had to miss a big chunk of the middle, but I got back in time to see a couple of the safety cars at the end. So kind of bunched the field up, but gave you an opportunity. Looked like I can't remember the other team, but they kind of battling between P1 and P2, and one got pushed wide, and you were able to take advantage. And it almost looked like you had a really good run coming out of the last corner.
Yeah, not quite enough though. That safety car worked quite well for us though. When Leo was driving, we jumped in the pit early, gained loads of time on everyone. So I think that helped, brought us back into it again.
Absolutely. So yeah. So I'm sorry, I don't know the rest of these people. So maybe Andy, you might want to conduct a little more of this interview. So.
Yeah, not a problem, mate. No problem. But so let's have a little breakdown. Mats, you were first up in the car. You did quite well in the car, actually. I think you were in third place for the majority of the race, being quite racy in the car. Then handed over to Alan. I think, Alan, you probably admit that it was probably a difficult day at the office for yourself in the Cadillac. Then handed over to Leah, and I'm surprised how well you did, Leah. I mean, you had some really shaky moments that a lot of other cars was pretty race ending, but you managed to save it after a little bit. And then, obviously, Daniel, as you said, that last hour stint was a bit crazy, but super entertaining to watch and commentate on. And I'm pretty sure all our viewers fully enjoyed watching the entertainment unfold, and literally came down to a 3-lap shootout at the end there. But Mads, obviously your first stint, how was that for you, mate?
Yeah, I'm quite happy with my pace. I haven't practiced a lot. I think it's the same for the whole team. So to get a P2, we are super happy with it. When I say P2, it's still a protest also for the winner here, so we are waiting for that also. So yeah, quite happy with my stint.
Definitely is. And what about yourself, Alan? Are you ever racing again?
Yeah, I will probably join in again, but maybe use a little more time on the practice because I wasn't that safe in that car. I spun out one time and sent it into the wall another. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And over to yourself, Leah.
Yeah, I just really enjoyed it, just taking part, and thanks to the team for giving me a chance to drive with them tonight. It was amazing.
And any final words for you, Dan, after a 4-hour race?
Well, after the last half an hour, I need to sleep. Early.
Oh, it was so entertaining, guys. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was great, and it's good to see that you all had a really good time as well. And obviously not in your usual team, so good to mix up the teams anyway. But congratulations at the moment on your second place. Cheers, guys.
Yep.
There was Team Betty Swallocks doing very well. Oh, I've just pulled Charles. Sorry about that, Charles. I pushed you down. Too many people in, I think. Let's get the third place team at the moment in to have a word with them. So we got Thomas. Where's Michael Goff? Is he? There he is. Let's get him in. Simeon. There's Simeon. And Nicholas. Is Nicholas with us, or is he left? I think he's left, hasn't he? So, guys, congratulations on your third place overall. That was a hard-fought third place, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, did you? Yeah, definitely.
I mean, let's just look at the race in whole. The tactics from your guys, obviously, clearly to see now at the end is to try and get your slower guys in first and then leave your fast guys to the end. It sort of paid off, and I think a lot of the other teams went with that strategy as well, which gave us that sort of grandstand finish. But take the end of the race first. I mean, that was just a crazy, chaotic last hour racing. I think we had more safety cars in that last hour than we did in the first 3 hours. I think it was 4 in total over there. I mean, Thomas, how was it like being in the mix for that last hour?
Sorry for language. Is beep shit. No, was pushed off track a couple of times. I don't know. More off track in track. So yeah, not fun at all from my view.
You still got third place.
It was the best race I've ever seen. It was brilliant.
Me and Michael were enjoying ourselves watching it.
I've never screamed at my monitor so much in my life.
I mean, it's all a bit of fun. Obviously, at the end of the game, it was there was some prize money, but the main aim for this one was to have a bit of fun, let off some steam, meet up with other players, and be a part of a team that you had. And you very much had a good team makeup there. You're probably everyone's favourite coming into this event. But I think overall the field and the teams were quite evenly spread, and obviously with the addition of the safety cars, that sort of paid into any sort of strategies, I suppose.
Yeah, we did. I think we did a little mistake under one of the safety car. We sent in Michael to do a pit stop. We miscalculate with 5 liters of fuel, so we took 30 seconds for fun.
I mean, it was sort of almost in a way it's immaterial what happened in the first 3 hours and 50 minutes of that race, because it literally came down to a last 5-minute shootout with pretty much every car still in the hunt for a position. And I think Tom was enjoying the fact that at the start getting out in the safety car, but I think he had enough by the end there, and obviously he called it there's no more safety cars. It is what it is, as I like to say. But
penalties.
Yeah, exactly.
I was trying to review the penalties, and Andy's like, "Oh, what a crash! Safety car, safety car!"
Yeah, and it was not easy at all, because I have done a lot of practice. It's no big secret. My whole team did a great job. Everyone did very good, except for me. Just
you
fucked it up.
You did a brilliant job. You keep saying that, but you did awesome.
No. This is how it is. Okay, couple of ugly dives, but okay. Racing is racing. Is the door open? I take it anyway. So yep.
Yeah, so you got to be in it to win it, and you were in it there at the end, but unfortunately got pipped at the post by 2 other teams. But overall, I think it's been a complete success. I've really enjoyed commentating on it. The 4 hours have just flown by. Getting you guys in for a chat every now and then and stuff like that. But have you enjoyed it, guys? And do you think it's a good addition?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I can't thank my teammates enough. I've had an absolute blast. It's been fun as hell with these guys.
Anyone else? Oh, you're going to sign
Obviously, they didn't have fun with me, yeah? I take it back, you slugs.
Well, yeah, it was quite fun to try out new teammates, not driving with the ones you're used to driving with.
Yeah, definitely was, guys. But congratulations on the 3rd place overall. So, not a bad day at the office and a bit of fun to begin. So thanks for joining us, guys.
Yeah. Cheers, lads. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you.
So there we have it. I mean, we've spoken to the top 3 teams. Some probably a little bit disappointed than others, but I think the overall and overarching thing is that they've all thoroughly enjoyed the events. I hope that our viewers have enjoyed it as well. For the last and been with us for the last 4 hours. Think about obviously giving us that thumbs up and subscribing if you haven't. You know, we do have some more serious racing to get to contend to, starting in 2 weeks' time for the inaugural round of the Clio Cup, and also the conclusion saga to the GT3 season 2. So we've still got another 6 rounds of that to go as well. But guys, it's been fantastic. The 4 hours has just flown past, Tom. Charles, have you got any last closing work as our main title sponsor for this event?
Thanks, guys. You guys do a fantastic job. And people that are watching don't realize we actually dipped our toe into trying to do a league. We chose obviously the worst possible, which is 24-hour endurance league. And it's one thing to do a broadcast for a 1 hour, 2 hour, in this case a 4-hour race, but to do that week in and week out, as well as managing the league and stewarding, it's a thankless job a lot of times. But you guys have done a fantastic job. Olympus is very proud to have sponsored this. So I heard you say that you probably skip summer and get ready for another GT League in the fall. So I'm just going to say this for the people that are watching: BMW Z4, and then we'll see if we can't get some of our partners at Olympus, IMB Racewear. We've got some new gear coming out next week that looks absolutely fantastic. We'll see if we can't work some deals and get some custom stuff for some prizes next time. Also Grip Engineering, who works with us and does our setups, and we'll see if we can't get some track time with our engineer for maybe some driver prizes or something like that to go along with another purse. So we've enjoyed it. Thanks to you guys for putting it on. Once again, fantastic work. Seems like the most of the drivers at least enjoyed the event. Maybe not the result of the event, but the preparation and the actual event. So we're happy. We're happy with it. And thanks again to you two.
Brilliant, Charles. Thank you so much for that, and we always value your partnership in these events as well. It's been amazing to have you on board. You know, setting the league up at the start, it was hard trying to get them, as Tom obviously can tell on that. But your guys give us the support straight away, got drivers into it, which was amazing, along with other teams as well. So a big thank you to all our drivers who supported us in season 1, that has made us go from leaps and bounds. But back to this race, I think it's been a great addition. I think on the whole, every single driver has thoroughly enjoyed it. It's something a bit different that breaks up a season, a bit of fun, get a bit of camaraderie between different teammates that they race together on track. But Tom, what's your thoughts on it? But I think it's been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the most fun events we've ever done. I mean, you could tell it was going to be interesting because the chat and the Discord between all the different teams was just lighting up like crazy every couple of hours. You know, lots of people saying about practice and this and that, and just having the mix-up of that safety car out there today, it really threw a spanner in the works to all of their strategies that they might have thought and things like that. So it's really made it I mean, you can't have better than a 900ths difference, can you, for a race win over 4 hours? I mean, that was just absolutely fantastic. So, but yeah, no, a huge thanks to everybody that's watched the stream and liked or subscribed and all that jazz. Massive thank you, obviously, to Charles and Olympus Esports. Without you guys, we wouldn't have been able to put on such a fun event with the prizes and things. And you know, just thank you to Andy and everyone at Performance Link and all the hard work we do. And yeah, it's just blown away. I can't believe how fun that was, and I think I'm going to watch the whole 4 hours back now.
Definitely is. Definitely is. And a big thank you to all our viewers. You know, it drives us and motivates us to try and get the stream as good as we can do, give it the content that you guys want. So without you viewers and giving us the likes and the subscribes to grow the channel, you know, a big thank you for you, as well as the drivers. You know, they make it, they put in a lot of effort behind the scenes. A lot of drivers haven't driven this caddy car, you know, and you can see by the standard of driving today, it has been second to none. So a big thank you to all the drivers who have managed to get out on track and give such a spectacle. But that draws us to a close here at this mid-season special event. We do have obviously the restart on the 21st of May for the GT3 Cup. Then we also have the Clio Cup on the 18th. There's still grid spots available for that, so please use the link below and come and join the Discord. Come and get yourself on the grid for what will be 5 rounds of action-packed racing. But from myself, Andy Thompson, from my very esteemed commentary colleague Tom Bingham, aka Safety Driver, aka Protester, who's done a great job today. We're going to bid you farewell tonight and look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks' time at the opening round of the Clio Cup. Goodbye.
Thank you.